ladder, it just stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments, more things I can do. Same way, someone like a Denai, De La Certis, he's building his brand online, he's building videos. It's not like any one video is going to suddenly shower him with riches overnight. It's going to be a long lifetime of learning, of reading, of creating, that's just going to compound. So we're talking about getting wealthy so you can retire. So you have your freedom. Not retire in the sense that you don't do anything, but in the sense that you don't have to be any place you don't want to be. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. And you can wake up when you want. You can sleep when you want. You don't have a boss. That's freedom. So we're talking about enough wealth to get to freedom. And especially thanks to the internet these days, those opportunities are massively abundant. I, in fact, have too many ways to make money. I don't have enough time. I literally have opportunities pouring out of my ears. And the thing I keep running out of is time. There's just so many ways to create wealth, to create products, to create businesses, to create opportunities, and to, as a byproduct, get paid by society, that I just can't even handle it all.
I think it's pretty interesting that the first three kinds of luck that you described, there are very common cliches for them that everybody knows. And then for that last kind of luck that comes to you out of the unique way that you act, there's no real cliche for it. So for the first three kinds, there's dumb luck or blind luck. That's the first kind of luck. The second kind of luck is the cliche that fortune favors the bold. That's a person who gets lucky just by stirring the pot and acting. The third kind of luck, people say that chance favors the prepared mind. But for the fourth kind of luck, there is not really a common cliche out there that matches the unique character of your actions, which I think is interesting and perhaps an opportunity. And it also just shows that people aren't necessarily taking advantage of that kind of luck the way they should be.
I think also at that point, it starts becoming so deterministic that it stops being luck. So the definition starts fading from luck to more destiny. So I would characterize that fourth one is you build your character in a certain way, and then your character becomes your destiny. One of the things I think that is important to making money, you want the kind of reputation that makes people do deals through you. You know, I use the example of like if you're a great diver, then treasure hunters will come and give you a piece of treasure for your diving skills. If you're a trusted, reliable, high integrity, long-term thinking deal maker, then when other people want to do deals, but they don't know how to do them in a trustworthy manner with strangers, they will literally approach you and give you a cut of the deal or offer you a unique deal just because of the integrity and reputation that you've built up. Warren Buffett, he gets offered deals and he gets to buy companies and he gets to buy warrants and bail out banks and do things that other people can't do because of his reputation. But of course that's fragile. It has accountability on the line. It has a strong brand on the line. And as we will talk about later, that comes with accountability attached. But I would say your character, your reputation, these are things that you can build that then will let you take advantage of opportunities that other people may characterize as lucky, but you know that it wasn't.
You said that this fourth kind of luck is more or less a destiny. There's a quote from that original book that was in Mark's blog post from Benjamin Disraeli, who I think was the former Prime Minister of the UK. The quote to describe this kind of luck was, "We make our fortunes and we call them fate." There were a couple other interesting things about this kind of luck that were mentioned in the blog post I think will be good for the listeners to hear about, is that this fourth kind of luck can almost come out of eccentric ways that you do your things, and that eccentricity is not necessarily a bad thing in this case. In fact, it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because the world is a very efficient place. So everyone has dug through all the obvious places to dig. And so to find something that's new and novel and uncovered, it helps to be operating on a frontier, where right there you have to be a little eccentric to be out on the frontier by yourself. And then you just have to be willing to dig deeper than other people do, deeper than seems irrational just because you're interested.
Yeah, the two quotes that I've seen that express this kind of luck, in addition to that Benjamin Disraeli one, are this one from Sam Altman where he said, "Extreme people get extreme results." I think that's pretty nice. And then there's this other one from Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's a professor at Stanford, that you can't be normal and expect abnormal returns. I've always enjoyed that one too.
Yeah, and one quote that I like, which is the exact opposite of that, is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. right? A lot of people spend a lot of their time playing social games, like on Twitter, where you're just trying to improve your social standing, and you basically win stupid social prizes, which are worthless.
I guess the last thing that I have from this blog post is just the idea that by pursuing these kinds of luck, especially the last one, basically everything but dumb luck, by pursuing them, you essentially run out of unluck. So if you just keep stirring the pot and stirring the pot, that alone, you will run out of unluck.
Yeah, or it could just be a reversion to the mean, right? So then you at least neutralize luck so that it's your own talents that come into play.
Next, you go into more specific details on how you can actually get rich and how you can't get rich. The first point was about how you're not going to get rich. You're not going to get rich renting out your time. You must own equity, a piece of a business, to gain your financial freedom.
This is probably one of the absolute most important points. People seem to think that you can create wealth and make money through work, and it's probably not going to work. There are many reasons for that, but the most basic is just that your inputs are very closely tied to your outputs. In almost any salaried job, even at one that's paying a lot per hour, like a lawyer or a doctor, you're still putting in the hours, and every hour you get paid. So what that means is when you're sleeping, you're not earning. When you're retired, you're not earning. When you're on vacation, you're not earning. And you can't earn non-linearly. If you look at even doctors who get rich, like really rich, it's because they open a business. They open like a private practice, and that private practice builds a brand, and that brand attracts people, or they build some kind of a medical device or a procedure or a process where they have intellectual property. So essentially you're working for somebody else. And that person is taking on the risk and has the accountability and the intellectual property and the brand. So they're just not going to pay you enough. They're going to pay you the bare minimum that they have to get you to do the job. And that can be a high bare minimum, but it's still not going to bring you true wealth where you're retired. And then finally, you're actually just not even creating that much original for society. Like I said, this tweet storm should have been called How to Create Wealth. It's just How to Get Rich was a more catchy title. But you're not creating new things for society. You're just doing things over and over. And you're essentially replaceable because you're now doing a set role. Most set roles can be taught. If they can be taught, like in a school, then eventually you'll be competing with someone who's got more recent knowledge, who's been taught and is coming in to replace you. You're much more likely to be doing a job that can be eventually replaced by a robot or by an AI. And it doesn't even have to be wholesale replaced overnight. It can be replaced a little bit at a time, and that eats into your wealth creation and therefore your earning capability. So fundamentally, your inputs are matched to your outputs, you're replaceable, and you're not being creative. I just don't think that that is a way that you can truly make money. So everybody who really makes money at some point owns a piece of a product or a business or some kind of IP. That can be through stock options. So you can be working at a tech company, that's a fine way to start. But usually the real wealth is created by starting your own companies or by, even investors, they're in an investment firm and they're buying equity. So these are much more the routes to wealth. It doesn't have to be ours. You really just want a job or a career or a profession where your inputs don't match your outputs. So if you look at modern society, again, this later in the tweet storm, businesses that have high creativity and high leverage tend to be ones where you can do an hour of work and it can have a huge effect, or you can do 1,000 hours of work and it can have no effect. For example, look at software engineering. One great engineer can, for example, create Bitcoin and create billions of dollars worth of value. An engineer who's working on the wrong thing or not quite as good or just not as creative or thoughtful or whatever can work for an entire year, and every piece of code they ship ends up not getting used. Customers don't want it. That is an example of a profession where the input and the outputs are highly disconnected. It's not based on the number of hours that you put in. Whereas on the extreme other end, if you're a lumberjack, even the best lumberjack in the world, assuming they're not working with tools, so the inputs and outputs are pretty connected, and just using an axe or a saw, the best lumberjack in the world may be like 3x better than one of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone, like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using his bare hand and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. tools and leverage are what create this disconnection between inputs and outputs. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of the profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Any other big things you should avoid other than renting out your time?
Yeah, there are 2 tweets that I put out that are related. So the first one I was talking about, where I was talking about like how your lifestyle, has to upgrade, shouldn't get upgraded too fast. And that one said, people who are living far below their means enjoy a freedom that people busy upgrading their lifestyle just can't have. I think that's very important, like just to not upgrade your lifestyle all the time to maintain your freedom. It just gives you a freedom of operation. Once you make a little bit of money, you still want to be living like your old self, so that just the worry goes away. So don't run out to upgrade that house, lifestyle, and all that stuff. Let's say you're going to get $1,000 an hour. The problem is that when you go into a work lifestyle like that, you don't just suddenly go from making $20 an hour to making $1,000 an hour. That's a progression over a long career. And as that happens, one subtle problem is that you upgrade your lifestyle as you make more and more money. And that upgrading of the lifestyle ups what you consider to be wealth, and you stay in this wage slave trap. So I forget who said it, maybe it was Nassim Taleb, but he said, the most dangerous things are heroin and a monthly salary, right? Because they're highly addictive. The way you want to get wealthy is you want to be poor and working and working and working. And this is, for example, how the tech industry works, where you don't make any money for 10 years, and then suddenly in year 11, you might have a giant payday. Which is, by the way, one reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed. And then suddenly in year 11 or year 15, you might have one single big payday. But then, of course, Uncle Sam show up and say, hey, you know what? You just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you got to hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps separated over long periods of time so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get rich by giving society what it wants, but does not yet know how to get at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying, you did something good in the past, now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, it would need you. They would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, and on the street used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.D. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just a set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things.
Okay. Actually, that's all we do. Maybe that's what we do. What about doing? What about doing? Maybe that's what we do. What about doing? Yeah. Maybe that's what we do. What about doing?
Would you relax? That was 10 blocks from here, and the woman was walking alone at night. I would never do that. Mom, come on, stop worrying. This is a safe street. This is a safe building. There's nothing. Oh, I gotta go.
Okay, that's what we do. Maybe that's all we do. What about doing? Well, you have been in our lives for nearly 2 months now. And we don't really know you. I mean, who is you? I mean, well, you're not. 现在刚。Nothing. Use the word button. When you're not feeling anxious, have you told the parent? Maybe sooner. If you had figured out sooner. I'd better run. Correct. My second grade. My son with God. Beforehand. We can talk beforehand. Beforehand, I just can pounce. I can pounce. To jump or move quickly in order to catch or take hold of something. To jump or move quickly in order to catch or take hold of something. Well, that's all we do. Maybe that's all we do. What about you? That's all we do. That's all we do. What about you? How about you? That's all we do. That's all we do. How about you? That's all we do. How about you? So, well, great. Well, that's all we do. Maybe that's all we do. What about Julie? I mean, who is Julie? I mean, what do you like? What do you like? What don't you like? I want to know everything. Well, that could take a while. Well, that could take a while. I mean, who cares? I mean, well, that could take a while. That could take a while. Great. That's all it. Maybe that's all it. What about Julie? Well, you have been in our lab for nearly 2 months now. And we don't know Julie. I mean, who is Julie? I mean, what do you like? What don't you like? We want to know everything. That could take a while. I mean, who cares? Who here does not have this type to get to a Julie? I get this type to get to a Julie. I get this type to get to Julie. I get this type to get to a Julie. I got today. Wait. I know her pretty well. I go. That's fine. Okay, finish. So now let's start with the childhood. Okay, good. So now let's start with the childhood. What about the night? What about that night? What about that night? Well, what was that night? Well, you are not here. So, have you told your parents? No. But they'll be okay. They're pretty cool. Oh, but they don't know. But it'll be okay. They're pretty cool. My brother's straight, so here we go. You know what? I just have one more question. If you had ignorance of sooner and I had better run. Do you think I would have been the one who? No. That's right. Don't tell me. I don't think either answer. I don't think either answer would make me feel better. Yeah. brother, so your brother, so your brother, huh? So your brother, so your brother's, huh? Sure. And my second grade teacher was Miss Thomas, and my first grade teacher was Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. God, no, Tom, and Tom salad. Okay. Now, what exactly is in the cow salad? Now, what exactly is in the cow salad? What? That really proper, huh? Very nice. So it's birthday. You're probably not still planning oh no, and okay. I'm nervous. No. I have done it before. Well, okay. I mean, how are you gonna handle it? How are you gonna handle it? I mean, how are you gonna handle it? I mean, are you gonna talk about it beforehand? Are you gonna talk about it beforehand? I just gonna promise. And the second grade teacher, my second grade teacher was Miss Thomas, and my first grade teacher was Mrs. Cobb. Mrs. Cobb, no Cobb, Cobb salad, a Cobb salad. Okay. Now, what exactly is in the Cobb salad? I'm going home, but that drinks are cooked, huh? Get that? So it's pretty late. It's pretty wonderful. It's pretty late. You are probably not still planning on. Oh no. And oh well. Yeah. I'm nervous. No. I have done it before. Well, okay. I mean, how are you gonna handle it? I mean, are you gonna talk about it beforehand? I mean, are you gonna talk about it beforehand? Talk about it beforehand. I mean, are you gonna talk about it beforehand? Are you gonna talk about it? I'm gonna talk about it beforehand. I just gun pumps. I just gun pumps. I'm gonna talk about it before. Talk about it. I mean, I'm gonna talk about it beforehand. I mean, I'm gonna talk about it beforehand. I just gun pumps. I mean, I'm gonna talk about it beforehand. I just gun pumps. Well, okay. I mean, okay. Well, okay. I mean, how are you gonna handle it? I mean, are you gonna talk about it beforehand? I just gun pumps. Brothers and stuff. Very good. You want? I just have one more question. If you had to figure this out sooner, and I had read around, do you think I would have been able to? Do you think I would have been I'm nervous. Maybe you should play the arm. No, I don't want to do. I don't want to play the arm. I don't want to play the arm. Oh, maybe you should play the arm. Maybe you should play the arm. No, I don't want to play the arm. Yeah. And I spend last year being so unbelievably valuable. Now I'm actually happy. No, when you're happy, I just don't want to mess it up. I don't want to mess it up. Maybe you should play it out. Maybe you should play it out. I know, yeah, I'm sorry. No, it's not fun. Not fun. Right. Maybe you don't have to be this tough. Maybe you don't have to be this tough. Maybe you were on the right track with that hope, spontaneous. Women don't like that. Really? Yeah, you put wear on me, I don't know, to what? No, that's not God. That's not God, it's like a real case, real sort of soft at first. And then you brush the hair away from my face, and then look far into my eyes, and then look far into my eyes. You are aware that makes me know something amazing about heaven. And then I don't know. Then you pull me really close to you, so that I'll be pressed up, right against you, and the candles ready and burning, and the room just might be cold. Thank you so much. Good morning. Well, somebody got some nasty night. Right. I don't know, I guess I'm just gonna say happiness. Okay. Well, maybe the first time with her, maybe the first time with her, maybe the first time with her, and if the first time go well then that's pretty darn hard to prove. That's pretty darn hard to recover from. Oh no. That's pretty darn. That's pretty darn powerful. Darn. That's pretty darn. To repair her workpiece include. That's pretty darn. That's pretty darn. Recover from. Recover. Get away. To become competent. To become competent. I'm glad to go. I recover from. Recover.
Recover.
You become completely well again after an illness. Recover from. Well, that's pretty darn hard. That's pretty darn hard to recover from. That's pretty darn hard to recover from. Got it. That's pretty darn recover from. Oh, okay. That's pretty darn recover from. 8. That's right. That's pretty darn recover from. Maybe split it out. Maybe split it out. Maybe should in the car. Maybe we should put it out.
Okay, that's fine. Read the family circus. Enjoy the gentle comedy. It's open, you guys.
Hi.
Hey, can I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking for Phoebe. Does she still live here?
No, she doesn't, but I can get a message to her.
Great. Just tell her husband stopped by.
Her what?
Hey, how did you do that? This is
unbelievable, Phoebes. How can you be married?
Well, I mean, I'm not married, you know? He was just a friend, and he's gay, and he was from Canada, and he just needed a green card. I can't believe you married Duncan. I mean, how could you not tell me? When we lived together, we told each other everything. I'm sorry, Monica, but I know if I told you, you'd get really, judgmental, and you would not approve. Of course I wouldn't approve. I mean, you were totally in love with this guy who, hello, was gay. I mean, what the hell were you thinking?
See, and you thought she'd be judgmental.
Okay, I wasn't in love with him, and I was just helping out a friend. Please, when he left town, you stayed in your pajamas for a month. And I saw you eat a cheeseburger. Well, didn't you? I might have. I can't believe you didn't tell me. Oh, come on, you tell me everything.
Come on, okay.
Now, what have I not told you? Oh, I know. How about the fact that the underwear out there on the telephone pole is yours from when you were having sex with Bud Bobby out on the terrace? You are dead meat.
I didn't know it was a big secret.
No, it's not big. Not at all. You know, kind of the same lines as, say, I don't know, having a third nipple. You have a third nipple?
You bitch. Whip it out, whip it out. Come on. There's nothing to see. It's just a tiny bump. It's totally useless.
Oh, as opposed to your other multifunctional nipples.
I can't believe you. You told me it was a nubbin. Joey, what do you think a nubbin was? I don't know. You see something, you hear a word. I thought that's what it was. Let me see it again. Yeah, show us. Joey was in a porno movie. If I'm going down, I'm taking everybody with me.
All right. I was young and I just wanted a job, okay? But at the last minute, I couldn't go through with it. So they let me be the guy who comes in to fix the copier but can't because there's people having sex out.
It's pretty dark. That's pretty dark. It's good. No.
So what's it shaped like?
What's the secret? Is it here or me? Okay, now I'm nervous. Maybe you should play it on. Maybe you should play it on. No, I don't want. No, I don't want to play it on. God, I spent nothing. God, I'm just no, I don't want to play it out. God. I spent last year being unbelievably mad. What is this? Mad. I don't know. With the whole. Mad. Unhappy. Bro, unhappy. Mad. Melbourne living on her own. Very unhappy. Melbourne. Very unhappy. She's Melbourne living on her own. Well then, that's pretty darn hard to recover from. Okay, now I'm nervous. Maybe you should pull it off. No, I don't want to pull it off. God, I spent last year being so unbelievably mad, unhappy. I spent last year being so unbelievably miserable. And now I'm actually happy now. I mean, really happy. I don't want to miss that. I don't want to miss that. Put it off. Miss it. Yes. Miserable. unhappy, we're unhappy. Unbelievable miserable. She's miserable living on her own. She's miserable. She's miserable. She's miserable living on her own. She's miserable living on her own. She's miserable. I'm actually happy now. No, I mean, really happy. I just don't want to miss it out. I don't want to miss it out. I don't want to miss it out. Miss it out. 30. Or miss is something that looks dirty or not neat. A miss is something that looks dirty. That looks dirty or not neat. A mess is something that looks dirty or not neat. A mix. A mix a terrible mess when he's cooking. Okay, maybe. Maybe. I don't miss that. Miss that. A mess is something that looks dirty or not neat. Something in right place or in your position. Yes, I mean. I don't want to mess it up. Unbelievably miserable. Miserable means we're unhappy. She's miserable in her own life. That is that. No. But now I know. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Right? Maybe you don't maybe you don't have to be this tough. Maybe you don't have to be this tough. Strong. Not easily broken or weaker. Strong. This toy are made from the tough plastic. Tough, strong, not easily broken. Maybe it don't have to be this tough. Not easily broken or made weaker. This toy are made from the tough plastic. This toy are made from tough plastic. Children's shoes need to be tough. Children's shoes need to be tough. Strong, are easily broken or made weaker. These toys are made from tough plastic. Children's shoes need to be tough. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe you were on the right track. Running ahead is tough. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe you were on the right track. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. It doesn't have to be this tough. Doesn't have to be this tough. Doesn't to be this tough. I don't want it. Maybe doesn't have to be this tough, strong. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Stuff. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't. 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 Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe you were on the right track. 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 Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. Maybe it doesn't have to. Maybe it doesn't have to be this tough. 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 Maybe you were on the right path with that whole, spontaneous sense. I mean, I really like the spontaneous sense. Not planned. Spontaneous, happening or done in a natural, often without any planning or without being forced. Spontaneous.
Spontaneous. Spontaneous. Spontaneous. Happening or done, happening or done natural, often something without any planning or without force. Not planning. Or with spontaneous. Happening or done in natural, often suddenly without any planning or without any planning, or without being forced. Not planned. Without. Maybe you were on the right track. Maybe you were on the right track. Maybe you were on the right track. With that whole, maybe you were on the maybe you were on the right track with that whole, spontaneous things. I mean, I really like that. Spontaneous things. Happening or done or in a natural, often sudden way, without any planning or without being forced. Maybe you were on the right track with that whole, spontaneous thing. I mean, women. Women really like that. Women really like that, right? Yeah, if it were me, I'd want you to what? Catch me off guard. Spontaneous, not spontaneous thing. Not planned. Guard. Person who protects. A person or group of people whose job is to protect a person, place, worth them from danger or attack. or to prevent a person, or to prevent a person such as a criminal from escaping. That's what that's my previous. Okay, thank you. A person will group of people whose job is to protect a person. A person will group of people. A person will group of people whose job is to protect a person, place, or thing from danger or attack. Or to prevent a person such as a criminal from escaping. A person will group of people whose job is to protect a person, place, or thing from danger or attack, or to prevent a person such as a criminal from escaping. A person will group of Okay, catch me off guard. I don't know, catch me off guard. You know, with like a really good kiss. Catch me off guard. 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 A person will protect. Guard. I don't know, catch me off guard. You know, like with like a really good kiss, you know, really soft at first. I don't know, catch me off guard. A person or group of people whose job is to protect a person, place, or thing from danger or attack, or to prevent a person such as a criminal from escaping. I don't know, catch me off guard. Catch me off guard. Catch me off guard. Catch me off guard. Okay. And then maybe and then maybe brush the hair away from my face. And then maybe brush the hair away from my face. And then look like. And then maybe brush the hair away from my face. And then look far into my eyes, and then look far into my eyes, and then look far into my eyes. And then maybe brush, and then maybe brush. In a way, and then maybe brush the hair away from my face, and then look far into my eyes, and then look far into my eyes, in a way that lets me know something amazing is about to happen, and then maybe brush the hair away from my face, brush the hair. Okay. Brush the hair away from my face. Catch me off guard. Brush the hair away from my face, and then look far into my eyes. In a way that lets me know something amazing is about to happen. Brush the hair away from my face, and then look far into my eyes. Woman running like that. And then I don't know. Then you'd pull me running close to you. You'd pull. I don't know. And then I don't know. You'd pull me running close to you so that. And then I don't know. Then you'd pull me running close to you so that I'd be pressed. So that I'd be pressed up. Right against to you. Right against you. Right against you. Right against. So that I'll be pressed up, right against it. I'll be pressed. So that we are the pressed. And then you pull me run close to you. Right against. What happens in other close so then I'll be pressed. phone really close to you, so the thread pressed right against you, so that be pressed. Pressed. I'm a little pressed for time. Could we meet later? And I'm a little pressed for time. Pressed. So that I'll be pressed up. So that I'll be pressed up. You know, right against you, and it would get kind of sweaty and blurry. Difficult to say clear. Making it difficult for someone to say things clear. And it would get kind of sweaty and blurry. Difficult to say clear. Difficult to say clear. Difficult to say clearly. Sweaty, you get kind of sweaty and blurry. Sweaty. Covered in sweat and smell like a sweat. Sweaty. Covered in sweat. Was many like sweaty. It would get kind of sweaty and blurry, and then it's just happening. Oh, thanks. Great. Good night. Oh God. Good morning. Well, somebody got some enough night. And then it's just happening. Oh, thanks. Great. Good night. Oh God. And worry, and this will happen. And worry, and this is happening.没有最近只有本地啊。不过都没有无所谓。 and then look far into my eyes in a way that lets me know something amazing is about to happen. And then you'd pull me really closer to you so that I'd be pressed up, right against you. I mean, it would be kind of sweaty and blurry, and then it's just happening. Oh, thanks, Rick. Good night. Okay. Good morning. Well, somebody got some nice snack. Blurry and this is happening. This happening. And that's what oh, shit. I'm crazy about you. Так. What's happening? And this is happening. Why? Why does that mean? Difficult to say clearly. Very difficult, sweaty. Covered in sweat. Covered in sweat was smelling like sweat. Press the time, and so it'll be pressed up, right against the two, guard. Cut me off guard. Even for guard. really good actually. Somebody got some snack twice. Really, and sweet. It's just happening. Oh, no. Shit. It's just happening.
What happens if you flick it?
What happened? You flick it.
So, does it do anything, special?
Why, yes, Ross. Pressing my third nipple opens the delivery entrance to the magical land of Narnia.
You know, in some cultures, having a third nipple is actually a sign of virility. You get the best huts and women dance naked around you.
Huh? Are any of these cultures perchance in the tri-state area?
You are so amazing. Is there anything you don't know?
Judy, that's hard. Judy, that's special.
Honey, I wanted you to hook up with Ross as much as you did. But he's with her now, and I'm just gonna have to get over it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get over it. See, I didn't know that's what I have to do. I just have to get over it. Where are you going? I'm gonna go meet Duncan. He's skating tonight in the garden. He's in the capades.
The ice capades? No, the gravel capades. Yeah, the turns aren't as fast, but when Snoopy falls, funny.
I can't believe you're dressing up for him. I mean, you're setting yourself up all over again.
Okay, no. For your information, I'm going to see him so I can put all those feelings behind me. Okay, and the reason I'm dressed like this is because I think it's nice to look nice for your gay husband.
Darn it, we're all out of milk.
Milk.
Hey, Chandler, would you fill me up here?
Oh, I see.
I see, because of the third nipple thing.
Okay, sweetie, I'll see you later.
See you later, Rach.
Bye-bye, Julie. Hey, come on, cut it out.
Hey,
What?
can I ask you something?
Ask you something?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Come on, talk to me.
Talk to me. Okay. That's
Been in a relationship before. Having
sex.
Why? Who's not having? Are you and Julie not? Or are you and Julie not having sex?
Technically? No.
Wow. Is it because she's so cold and bad? Or is it because she's like kind of bossy, makes it feel like school?
No, she's great. It's not like we haven't done anything. I mean, we do plenty of other stuff, lots of other stuff like.
No, you don't need to know the details. Okay.
No, it's me. You know, I've only been with one woman my whole life, and she turned out to be a lesbian. So now I've got myself all psyched out, and it's become like this thing. And you must just think I'm weird.
No, I don't think it's weird. I think, in fact, you know what I think?
What?
I think it's sexy.
Sexy?
Let me tell you something. As a woman,
Yeah.
there is nothing sexier than a man who does not want to have sex.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah. In fact, you know what I'd do?
What?
I'd wait.
You'd wait.
Yes, absolutely. I would wait and wait. Then I'd wait some more.
Really?
Right.
Oh yeah, I don't care how much she tells you she wants it. I don't care if she begs,
She begs,
she pleads,
she needs,
she tells you
she
she's gonna have sex with another man. That
said
just means it's working.
Oh, women really want this?
One of this.
More than jewelry. Hi.
Phoebe!
Ta-da! Hi.
Ah, look at
Look
you.
at
You
you,
look
look
great.
great.
Do I?
Do I?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you.
So do
Hey,
you.
Barkley. So, wow.
Wow, this
This is pretty
is a
wonderful, huh?
wonderful.
Mr. Major Capades guy. I remember when you were just like King Friday at Mr. Rogers' Ice is Nice.
You always said it.
Whoa,
Yeah, well, kind of spooky that way. Ooh.
I missed you.
I'm gonna get changed.
I'm getting stuff.
Oh, right, okay. Well, thanks.
Wait, can you hold this for a second?
Julie? Yeah. Sorry, you had a paleontologist on your face. But it's gone now. You're all right.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Oh,
Hi.
I just wanted to thank you for a little talk before.
Oh, God, no problem. So you're going to go with the waiting thing?
Well, I was going to, but after I talked to you, I talked to Joey.
What did he say?
Basically, he told me to get over myself and just do it. So I thought about what you said, and I thought about what he said, and well, his way I get to have sex tonight. So.
What is this in my pocket?
Okay.
Why, it's Joey's porno movie.
I'm fine with it. I mean, if you're okay watching videos filled with two nipple people.
Hey, people having sex. That's just what I need to see.
So people having sex.
Well, you know, these movies are offensive and degrading to women and females. And the lighting's always unflattering. And Monica, help me out here. Hell, I want to see Joey.
Is there like a story, or do they just start doing it right? Oh, never mind.
Now, wait a minute. That is the craziest typing test I've ever seen.
All I say is, you better get the job.
Looks to me like he's the one getting the job.
Hey, here I come. Here I come. See, I'm coming to fix the copier. I can't get to the copier. I'm thinking, what do I do? What do I do? So I just watch him have sex. And then I say, wait, here's my line. You know, that's bad for the paper trail.
Nice work, my friend.
Wait. You see me again. Hang on, the guy's butt's blocking me. There I am. There I am. There I am.
So what's up? You came to see me yesterday.
Oh, yeah, all right. I kind of needed a divorce.
Oh. Okay. How come?
Actually, I'm getting married again.
What?
Oh, God, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm straight. Yeah, I know.
I don't understand. I don't understand. How can you be straight? I mean, you're so smart and funny, and you throw such great Academy Award parties.
I know. That's what I kept telling myself, but you just reach a point where you can't live a lie anymore.
So how long have you known?
No.
Well, I guess on some level I always knew I was straight. I thought I was supposed to be something else. You know, I'm an ice dancer. All my friends are gay. I was just trying to fit in.
And there's actually a woman.
Her name's Deborah.
Her name is Deborah.
Well, is she the first that you've been with?
Well, I've never told you, but there were one or two times back in college when I get really drunk and go to a straight bar and wake up with a woman next to me. But I told myself it was the liquor, and everyone experiments in college.
Sure.
But now I know I don't have a choice about this. I was born this way.
I don't know what to say. I mean, you know, you're married to someone for 6 years and you think you know him, and then one day he says, "Oh, I'm not gay."
I'm still me.
Why couldn't you just have figured this out 6 years ago? You know, it still smells like monkey in there.
Saves us a conversation.
Well, listen, this has been great, but I'm officially wiped.
No, I mean, no. Come on, you guys. Come on, look, it's only 11:30. Let's just talk. We never just hang out and talk anymore. Rachel, that's all we do.
Maybe
that's all we do. What about you?
What about Julie?
Well, you have been in our lives for nearly 2 months now, and we don't really know you. I mean, who is Julie? I mean, what do you like? What don't you like? We want to know everything.
Well, that could take a while.
So?
I mean, who here does not have the time to get to know Julie?
I got the time to get to know Julie.
Rich? I know her pretty well. Can I go? That's fine.
What's fine?
Okay, Julie, so now let's start with your childhood. What was that like?
Well, in a nutshell.
So, have you told your parents?
No, but it'll be okay. They're pretty cool. My brother's great. So.
Here you go. You know what? I just have one more question. If you had figured this out sooner and I'd been around, do you think that I would have been the one who... No. That's all right. Don't tell me. I don't think either answer would make me feel better.
I love you, Phoebe.
So your brother's straight, huh? Seriously.
My second grade teacher was Miss Thomas, and my first grade teacher was Mrs. Cobb.
Mrs. Cobb?
No, Cobb, like Cobb salad.
Now, what exactly is in a Cobb salad?
I'm going home. Julie's a talker, huh? Good night.
So, it's pretty late. You're probably not still planning on...
Oh, no, I am.
Oh, well, okay. Are you nervous?
No, I've done it before.
Okay, I mean, how are you going to handle it? Are you going to talk about it beforehand? Are you just going to pounce?
See what happens?
Okay, good luck.
What?
Nothing. I mean,
Okay.
It is your first time with her, and you know, if the first time doesn't go well, then that's pretty darn hard to recover from.
Okay, now I'm nervous.
Nervous. Not nervous. Okay, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna say okay. What? Well, nothing. I mean, maybe the first time with her. I mean, maybe the first time with her. I mean, you know, if the first time not go well, then that's pretty darn hard to recover. That's pretty darn recover from. Well, then that's pretty darn hard to recover from. Okay, not nervous. Maybe you should put it off. No, I don't want to put it off. No, I don't want to put it off. I'm just asking nothing about being so unbelievably miserable. God, I'm asking nothing. God, I'm asking nothing about being so unbelievably miserable. And now, I'm actually happy, you know. I'm really happy at this moment. I don't listen up. No. I know again, sorry. No, it's my fault. Right. Maybe that's how to go to stop. Stop. It's good. Strong. Maybe it doesn't have to be this time. Maybe you were on the right track. With that whole, you know, spontaneous thing, spontaneous sense. Women wouldn't like that, really. Yeah, if it were me, I'd want to well, I don't know. That's enough dark, with like a really good case, sort of, stop at first, and then maybe brush the hair away from my face, okay, stop at first, and then maybe brush the hair away from my face, and then look left, and then look far into my eyes. In a way that lets me know something amazing about life. And then, I don't know, then you'll pull me really close to you, so that. And then, I don't know, then you'll pull me really close to you, so that I'd be pressed up, right against you. And I don't know, then you pull me really close to you, and then I don't know, then you pull me really close to you, so that I'll be pressed up, right against you, and it'll get kind of sweaty and burning and sweaty. Okay, it'll get kind of sweaty. It'll get kind of sweaty and burning, and then it's just nice. Oh, thanks. Oh, that. From running away. Oh my God, from last night. Fine. And then maybe brush the hair away from my face, and then look far into my eye.
in a way that it's more concern. Or maybe it's about happy. And then, I don't know, then for me running close to you, so that when I depressed up, right against you, and it just, and then, they will get kind of sweaty and blurry, and then it's just happening, I don't know, catching me off guard. I don't know catching me off guard. I don't know catching me off guard. With like a really good case, sort of like first. Spontaneous things. More spontaneous things. Let me say that again. Spontaneous things. Not planned. Happening or done in the natural. Happening or done in a natural. Often sudden way. Without any planning or without being forced. Happening or done in a natural. Often sudden way. Without any planning or without being forced. Happening or done in a natural. Happening or done in a natural. Often sudden way. Without any planning or without being forced. Not planning. Spontaneous things. Spontaneous. Okay. What happened?
As long as you come with a solution. There's also the classic military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option. But they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why things happen. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third step. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth, or having good relationships, or being fit, or even being happy, you need to have an action bias toward getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just foolhardy and chasing it's not work. That's like a rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means, stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people run into the jungle. They hear a tiger. One's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets, because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, it's a big deal. You lost a few $1 million of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take, the chances that you will succeed. It makes sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country, actually think the economic advantage opportunity in a third world country is much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. It's illegal. It's illegal to go to the stay out of total damage. Stay out of basically make risk if you want your health, and stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital, all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build down your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem, and then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this, he came with a phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE, and he used to like pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just like overrun with nitpickers. And with exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the sloggy kid who's wearing a hoodie and has like a copy of his shoes and just look at a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Lee Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited, the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet story, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about. Especially if you're later in life, let's say you're post 20, 21, 22, you almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Like we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. And very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you are not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating in the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors you do for that. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity. And the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I had. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, but you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing, focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I was just had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology and technology businesses where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed and often observed by other people who know you well and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor, sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, or the bleeding edge of art, and the bleeding edge of communication, even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments and videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative. It has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him, because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing Dilbert cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
You know, I came up with this framework when I was really young. We're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can rebrand it. The problem with unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else, it's no longer unique. Then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem, and it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can be taught in a single course, nor can be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile at 3 or more things. And by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those 3 things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at 3 or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. And somewhere in the back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like, I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one each of those 10,000 unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world at a given thing. But when you start going to combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, when the need for that intersection arrives, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. Everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you're natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So we want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% at a number of things.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you will be unstoppable.
You know, this is a very broad category. Now, there's 2 broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement. It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But, you know, even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean good PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have two founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak at Apple. Gates and Allen probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very different delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And the venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's the magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions. He understands the technology well enough that no one's going to snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic in the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer and I think wrote the first version of Oracle, was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in his sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell. And usually, the building is the thing that, like, a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a...
Wait. Well, it's not close. You agree. Translation. But this is这么多吗？3.4%，这个还行。Nice day.
Mentality, and you have building skills and still early enough in your life, or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling, and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now, your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So, for example, let's say you're a really good engineer, and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicating to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair, because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson. But in a weird way, that combination, back to the Scott Adams skills stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job and it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and frankly more time because it's a very intense, very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good. The way you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with, and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer.
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. They're essentially, there is no skill called business, avoid business magazines and business class, study microeconomics, game theory, psychology, persuasion, ethics, mathematics, and computers. There's one other comment that you made in the Periscope that was you should be able to pick up any book in the library and read it. And the last tweet in this category was reading is faster than listening, doing is faster than watching.
Yeah, the most important tweet on this, I don't even have in here, unfortunately, which is the foundation of learning is reading. I don't know a smart person who doesn't read and read all the time. And the problem is, what do I read? How do I read? Because for most people it's a struggle, it's a chore. So the most important thing is just to learn how to educate yourself. And the way to educate yourself is to develop a love for reading. So the tweet that is left out, the one that I was hinting at, is read what you love until you love to read. It's that simple. Everybody I know who reads a lot loves to read. And they love to read because they read books that they loved. It's a little bit of a catch-22, but you want to start off just reading wherever you are and then keep building up from there until reading becomes a habit. And then eventually you will just get bored of the simple stuff. So you may start off reading fiction, then you might graduate to science fiction, then you may graduate to nonfiction, then you may graduate to science or philosophy or mathematics or whatever it is. But take your natural path and just read the things that interest you until you understand them, and then you'll naturally move to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Now, there is an exception to this, which is where I was hinting with what things you actually do want to learn, which is at some point there's too much out there to read. And even reading is full of junk. There are actually things you can read, especially early on, that will program your brain a certain way. And then later things that you read, you will decide whether those things are true or false based on the earlier things. So it is important that you read foundational things. And foundational things, I would say, are the original books in a given field that are very scientific in their nature. So for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today, I would pick up Darwin's Origin of the Species. Instead of reading a book on biotech right now that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces that start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics, and physics, and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we're sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques, the foundations. So you have to make sure that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things. If you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are ultra important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivate, you have to not lose it.
If not lose it. Kanji, my assume student, Spanish mediates. Spanish mediates. Offensive word of use more. Spanish mediates. Spanish mediates. Spanish mediates. Listen to. Not listening or sport in which a fight makes you understand to throw each other to the ground. Can new screen thing? Okay, no, I'm trying this new screen thing. Screen. Too much new screens and now I figure if I always answer this phone, if I always knew answer the phone, I figure screen figure screen thing. You know, so I'm trying to do screen things, you know. I figure if I'm always answer the phone. Oh my god, screen things, you know. I figure if I always answer the phone. People think I don't have a life. My God, Rick never gets pinned. Oh, here you go. Rodrigo never gets pinned. Never gets pinned. Rodrigo never gets pinned. Peace out. Rodrigo, my God, Rodrigo never gets pinned. Why is this me? Never gets pinned. Never gets pinned. Rodrigo. Wow, my God, Rodrigo never gets pinned.
Pinned.
Pinned. Here goes pinned. Here comes big. Here comes big. Big. You know what to do? You know what to do? Hello, I'm looking for Bob. This is June. I'm looking for Bob. This is June. I'm looking for Bob. This is June. I don't know if you are still at this number, but I was just thinking about us. I don't know if you are still at this number, but I was just thinking about and how great it was. Well, I know it's been 3 years, but I was kind of hoping we couldn't hook up again. You know, I barely had the nerve to make this call. So you know what I did. What I did. I don't know if you were still at this number, but I was just thinking about us and how great it was. Well, I know it's been 3 years, but I was kind of hoping that we could hook up again. Cool. Hook up again. You know, I barely wait. To make a story. Long. Okay. Barely. By this small nerve make this call. I barely. By the smallest amount. I barely had the name nerve. Body, nerve, a group of non-thin verbs that carry information or instruction between the brain and other part of the body. I barely sweaty. I barely had the nerve to make this call. Nerve. I barely had nerve. A group of non-thin fibers, structures like steroids that carry information or instructions between the brain and other parts of the body. I get a little drunk and naked. Up here. I barely had the nerve to make this call. So you know what I did. Well, I got a little drunk and nerve. I got a little drunk and naked up here. So, what have you been up to? Oh, you know, the usual. Oh, what have you been up to? Oh, you know, the usual. Teaching aerobics aerobics.
Aerobics. Aerobics. Aerobics. Aerobics. Aerobics. Aerobics. Aerobics.
Aerobics. In energetic physical extremes often performed with a group of people to music that makes the heart, lungs and muscles strong. Also, increase the amount of the oxygen in the blood. Maybe Alex. I'm teaching Rolex. Rolex. Oh. So sweet. Sports. Teaching robot. Analytical experiment. Okay. Now the usually teaching aerobics party in way too much. Party in relax party in way too much. And in case you hear wondering, then those are my name on the new James Bond house. Those are my name on the those are my name on the new James Bond poster. James Bond poster. Can you hold on a moment? Can you hold on a moment? I have not. Can you hold on a moment? I have rather cool number right now back. So I'm gonna get it together. So we gonna get together or what? Absolutely. How about tomorrow afternoon? Do you know Central Park in the Valley? Central Park. Do you know Central Park in the Valley? Okay. Center. Okay. The round salad part in the center. In the center of vegetables. One of the small bounds and form the in people and animals. Center. Physical exercise. Center. Why is that? Define. Central Park. Do you know Central Park in the village? Say 5 each. 5 each. You'd foreseen that something is not completely true or exactly right. You'd foreseen that something is not completely true or exactly right. You'd foreseen that something is not completely true or exactly right. When asked whether you'd foreseen that something is not completely true or exactly right. You'd foreseen that something is not completely true or right. foreseen that something is not compared to one exact, right? When asked whether this was made or break, he replied, "Yes, Zuckerberg, but when I think someone said yes, answer. Not that. Like from place. 5 years. Why then? 5 years. Ha! you'd foreseen that since in not compared to or exactly similar remark. This in the similar in this like in this sense. In this sense, might I guess that's a woman. One let impress impress. Impression, opinion, an idea or opinion of what something or someone is not. Impression, opinion, an idea or opinion of what something is like. Even though you do a good job impressing, I'm thinking when she says you tomorrow, you're probably gonna realize, hey, you're not Bob. I'm hoping that when Bob's done show up, she will seek comfort, seek, wait, search. Comfort, yeah. And the water from my...
Children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this, what's that, why is this, who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools and our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need that ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms, they're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important. Because macroeconomics, a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit. As Nassim Taleb says, it's easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit. Because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find two macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense with the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title and are peddling modern monetary theory. Just tells you that macroeconomics as a so-called science has been corrupted. It's influential politics.
So you really want to focus on the foundations. The ultimate foundation are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic and mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things that you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but
opinions. Comfort, no pain. No pain, comfort. She will seek comfort in the open arms of in the right center at the next table. Right center. Right. Assume that you found a bed. Assume that you found a bed, or difficult situation. Slightly funny. Assume that you found a bed. Assume that you found a bed or difficult situation. Slightly funny. Assume that you find a bad or difficult situation slightly funny. Right. Assume that you find a bad or difficult situation slightly funny. I'm hoping that when Bob shows up, she will comfort in the open in the restaurant next table. Oh my God! Oh, pure evil. Pure. I mix the with anything, you know. Not mix. Pure evil. Okay, pure evil. Honey and love. Horny and love. I've done this. But pure evil. Not mixed. Pure evil. Sexual Horny, sexually excited. Sexually excited. Well, horny. She had a color soon. She's had a color chunk and she horny and I've done this. Okay, pure evil. Yeah, everybody are here. I think I should do it in New Mexico. Central Park in the valley. Okay. Spanish methods. Right. Listen. Okay. Our offensive word for our offensive word for a very small person for a very small person. Offensive. Man, I should miss doing. Man, I should miss doing. Man, I should miss doing. Spanish images. Listening, doing. Okay, yes. I say you got there. You ever figure out what a thing for? You ever figure out what that stands for? No. Say, I'm trying. No, say, I'm trying. No, say. No, say, I'm trying with your screen, say, I figure. No, I figure if I always answer the phone, people think I don't have a life. My God, Rodrigo never gets pinned. How comes it to be? You know what to do. Hello? I'm looking for Bob. This is Jake. I don't know if you are still at this number. But I was just thinking about us and how great it was. Well, I know it's been 3 years, but I was kind of hoping we could hook up again. I barely had the nerve to make this call. I barely had the nerve to make this call. So you know what I did. What? I got a little drunk and naked. No clothes for Bob. I'm naked. Bob here. So what have you been up to? Oh, the usual teaching aerobics, partying way tomorrow. Oh, and in case you were wondering, those are my names on my new jammed bound poster. Can you hold on a moment? I have another call. Another? I know. I'm back. So, are we gonna get together or what? Are we gonna get together or what? Absolutely. How about tomorrow afternoon? Do you know? Absolutely. How about tomorrow afternoon? Do you know Central Park in the Valley? Say 5 East. Great. Absolutely. Okay. Having fun. Has finally paid off. Okay, fine. Having fun has finally paid off. Even though you do a good Bob impression, even though you do a good Bob impression, I'm thinking when she sees you tomorrow. I'm thinking when she sees you tomorrow, she's probably gonna realize she's probably gonna realize. She's gonna, okay, she's probably gonna, she's probably gonna realize, hey, you're not Bob. I'm hoping that when Bob doesn't show up, she will seek comfort. She will seek comfort in the open arms of the white stranger at the next table. Oh my God, you're pure evil. Oh my God, you are pure evil. Okay, pure evil, holy and alone. Have done this. Yeah, everybody here. Hey, everybody, say hi. Hey, everybody, say hi to me in your Mexico. Oh my God, you're pure evil. Okay, pure evil, holy and alone. I've done this. I'm hoping that when Bob doesn't show up, she will seek comfort. She will seek comfort in the open arms. In the right stranger at the next table. Right stranger at the next table. Right stranger. Let me see that. Right stranger. Next table. Shouldn't that you find a bad or difficult situation slightly funny? In the right stranger at the next table. In the right, she will seek comfort. At the next table. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding. She was a comfort in the open. Okay, she was sick. Comfort in the open arms in the right stranger. At the next table. Right stranger. Okay, right stranger. In the right stranger. Central Park at the island.
Okay. How about tomorrow afternoon?
Do you know Central Park? Central Park in the valley. Do you know the Central Park in the valley? Look at that. You ever forget that? You ever forget that? Right stranger at this table. Right stranger. Shouldn't that be found a bad or bad? Right stranger. Oh, right stranger. 现在去 find a bad or difficult situation is slightly funny. Arise. Okay, commitment. I forgot that. Okay. You ever figure out what that stands for? No, say I'm trying this new screening thing. No, I figure if I'm always answer, I figure if the people. Do you ever figure out what that stands for? What that stands for? This one Spanish majors listen. Okay. I see got. Oh yeah, I see got them. You ever figure out what that stands for? No, say I'm trying this new screening thing. I figure if I always answer the phone, people think I don't have a life. My God, Rodrigo never gets pinned. Here comes to beep. You know what to do? No, I'm looking for Bob. It's legit. I don't know if you are still at this number, but I was just thinking about us. And how crazy it was. And well, I know it's been 3 years. But I was kind of hoping we could hook up again. But I was kind of hoping we could hook up again. I barely had the nerve. I barely had the nerve to make this call. So you know what I did. What? I got a little drunk and naked. Bear. Beep. By the smallest amount. Oh, okay. By the smallest amount. New screening. It is cool. New screen thing. Very. Mexico. Horny. Sexually excited. Okay. I got it wrong.
Man, I sure miss Julie. Spanish midgets wrestling. Julie. Okay, yes, I see how you got there.
You ever figure out what that thing's for?
Some kind of new screening thing. You know, I think if I'm always answering the phone, people think I don't have a life. My God, Rodrigo never gets in.
Hello, I'm looking for Bob. This is Jade. I don't know if you're still this number, but I was just thinking about us and how great it was. And, well, I know it's been 3 years, but I was kind of hoping we could hook up again. You know, I barely had the nerve to make this call, so you know what I did?
What?
I got a little drunk and naked.
Bob here. So, what have you been up to?
What's gonna happen?
Oh, you know, teaching aerobics, partying way too much. Oh, and in case you were wondering, those are my legs on the new James Bond poster.
Can you hold on a moment? I have another call.
I love her.
I know her. I'm back.
So, are we gonna get together or what?
Absolutely. How about tomorrow afternoon? Do you know Central Park in the Village, say 5-ish?
Great. I'll see you then.
Okay.
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 Having a phone
Having
has
fun.
finally paid off.
Even though you do a good Bob impression, I'm thinking when she sees you tomorrow, she's probably going to realize, hey, you're not Bob.
I am hoping that when Bob doesn't show up, she will seek comfort in the open arms of the wry stranger at the next table.
Oh my God, you are pure evil.
Okay, pure evil, horny and alone. I've done that. Okay, pure evil, horny and alone. I've done this.
Yeah, everybody's here. But, hey everybody, say hi to Julie in New Mexico.
Hi,
Julie.
Okay, while Russ is on the phone, everybody owes me $62 for his birthday.
Bucks.
Is there any chance that you're rounding up?
You know, like from like 20.
Hey, come on, we got the gift, the concert, and the cake. Do we need a cake? Look, guys, I know it's a little steep.
Whoosh.
But it's Ross.
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
All right? Okay. I'll see you guys later. I gotta go do a thing.
Okay, sweetheart, I'll call you later tonight. Whoa. Hey, you're not really going to go through with this, are you?
You know, I think I might just.
So, what are you guys doing for dinner tonight?
Well, I guess I gotta start saving up for Ross's birthday. So I guess I'll just stay home and eat dust bunnies.
Look how much this is gonna cost. Do you guys ever get the feeling that Chandler and those guys just don't get that we don't make as much money as they do?
Yes.
That's what do you? Okay, when Ross is on the phone, everybody owes me $16 bucks for the bucks. $16 bucks. $60 for his birthday. For $64 bucks. Cancer. Somebody cancer. Oh, then did
landed 30 bucks. Okay, 30 bucks. Yeah, it's Ross. Cancelled the gift. Yeah, come on, we got the gift. They cancelled the cake. They cancelled. Or I perform some music. We cancelled and cancelled on the cake. Do we need a cake? Look, guys, I know it's been 12 bucks. Money or dollar? Money, dollar. Cancel dollar. Okay. Is there any chance? Okay, we need 62 bucks. We need $60. We need $60 for his birthday. Yes. Right? Can we say that? Is there any chance that you round up from like 20? Hey, come on. We got the gift, the concert and the cake. We got the gift, the concert and the cake. Do we need a cake? Look, guys, I know it's a little steep. And speed not quite steep. Rise or fine at a sharp angle. Deep. I know it's steep. Similar sound meaning. Okay, look, guys. I know it's a little steep. But it's rough. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah. Well, these people got this from Crayon. No, like that. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, you're right. I know. Alright. Okay. As we get into the do I think as sweetheart, I'll call you tonight. I'll call you later tonight. Ooh, hey, you're not really gonna go through with this, are you? I think I might just. So what are you guys doing for dinner tonight? Well, I guess I gotta start saving up for Ross's birthday. So I guess I'll just stay home and eat dust bunnies. That's the bunnies. It's a dust bunnies. Dust bunnies. Dry dirt in the form of powder that covers the surface inside a building, or very small. Oh my God!
hurt. That's the bonus. So I guess I'll just stay home and eat dust bunnies. Can you believe how much this is gonna cost? Dust bunnies. Rabbit. Also bunny rabbit. Rabbit. That's a bunny. Can you believe how much this is gonna cost? Do you guys ever get the feeling that Chandler and those guys just don't get that we don't make as much money as they do? Yes, yeah. Really? It's like they are always saying, let's go there, let's go here, let's go there. Like we effort to go here and there. We effort, have enough effort, have enough. To be able to have enough, like we effort, to be able to buy or do something because you have enough money or time. To be able to buy, to be okay. Continuously. To be able to buy or do something because to be able to buy or something because you have enough money or time. Like we effort to go here and there. Yes. And it's and we always have to go to some place nice. I know. And it's not like we can say anything about it because like this is because like this is a birthday stand, and it's for us. Oh my God. What? Okay. I'm at work. Just or work then. Just ordinary day. Just ordinary day, chop. So this thing, all of a sudden, the manager calls me into his office,
Turns out they fired the lunch chef, and guess who get the job? Turns out to happen in a particular way or to have particular result, especially an unaccepted one. Is that same? Turned out they fired the head lunch chef. A skilled and trained cook who work in a hotel or restaurant. Hotels, especially the most important. Okay, lunch chef, and guess who get the job? If it's not you, this is a horrible story. Fortunately, need me. Fortunate. Happening because of good luck. Happening because of good luck. Fortunately, we got home before it started to rain. Happening because of good luck. Happening because of good luck. Happening because of good luck. And fortunately. They me, and they made me of the purchasing. Thank you very much. Purchase. The activity of buying. And they made me head of purchase. And they made me thank you very much. Purchase and they made me head of the purchase. The activity of buying the activity of buying supplies for a company. That's so cool. Anyway, I just ran into
Anyway, I just ran into Chandler and Ross downstairs, and they think we should go out and celebrate. You know, someplace nice. Someplace nice. Yeah. How much do you think I can get for my kid? How much do you think I can get? How much do you think I can get for my kid? Either of a pair of small organs in the body, they take away waste matter from. It's in matter from the blood to produce the urine. Either of the kidney. How much do you think how much do you think I can get for my kidney? Either of the pair of small organs in the body that take away waste matter from the blood or produced either of the small kidney. How much do you think I can get for my kidney? How much do you think I can get for my kidney? How much do you think I can get for my kidney? Okay, I'll rest. Purchase by kidney. Either of a pair of small organs in the body that take away waste matter from the blood to produce the urine. Anyway, I just ran into Chandler and Ross downstairs, and they think we should go out and celebrate. You know, someplace nice. Someplace nice. Yeah. And they made them help me purchase. 7页5小时，1小时1.5页，3小时2小时3页4小时6页7.5 6小时5小时。Either of a pair of small organs in the body, and that take away waste 4 6 7 go. Either of a pair of small organs in the body that takes away waste matter from the blood to produce the urine. What? Urine. Okay.
Yeah. It's like they're always saying, let's go here, let's go there.
Let's go here,
like
let's
we
go
can
there.
afford to go
Like
here and
we
there.
can.
Yes, and we always have to go to someplace nice. You know, God.
Like we
It's not like we can say anything about it. Just like this, a birthday thing. You know, for Ross.
For Ross.
Oh my God. Hey.
Hi.
What? Okay.
Oh.
I'm at work. It's an ordinary day. You know, chop, 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 saute, saute, saute. All of a sudden, Leon, the manager, calls me into his office. Turns out they fired the head lunch chef, and guess who got the job?
If it's not you, this is a horrible story.
Fortunately, it is me. And they made me head of purchasing. Thank you very much. Anyway, just manager Chandler and Ross downstairs, and I think we should go out and celebrate. No, someplace nice.
Someplace nice.
Someplace nice.
Someplace nice.
How much do you think I can get for my kidney?
How much do you think I can get from my kidney? How much do you think I can get enough from my kidney? How much do you think I can get?
Oh, come on. I can never get a girl like that with conventional methods.
That doesn't matter. She wanted to call Bob. Look, hey, for all I know, Bob is who she was meant to be with. You may be destroying two people's chance for happiness.
We don't know Bob. Okay, we know me. We like me. Please let me be happy.
Go over there and tell that woman the truth.
All right.
Go.
Not good.
Hi.
Not good.
Hi.
Hi.
Listen, I have to confess something.
Okay, this is something.
Yes?
Yes?
Whoever stood you up is a jerk.
Sure.
I don't
Did
know.
you? I don't know.
I just had this weird sense.
This is a weird
you know, but
sense.
that's me. I'm weird and sensitive. Tissue?
Thanks.
No, you keep the pack.
The bag.
I'm all cried out today.
Okay. Here is to my sister, the newly appointed head lunch chef.
Who's also in charge of purchasing?
Newly appointed head lunch chef, who's also in charge of purchasing.
Who has her own little desk and Roland's not there?
Lunch chef purchasing, our own little desk when Roland's not there. Here's to my little sister.
Oh, wait. And I got a paper.
That's fine, I'll just wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Monica!
Are we ready to order?
Oh, you know what? We haven't even looked yet.
Well, when you do, just let me know. I'll be right over there on the edge of my seat.
Wow, look at these prices.
These are good prices.
Yeah, these are pretty cha-ching.
Oh, what are these, like famous chickens?
Sorry I'm late. Congratulations, Mug.
Thanks.
I'm not sorry I'm late. How incredible was my afternoon with Jim?
Well, pretty incredible according to the message she left for you on my machine. Hey Chandler, why is this woman leaving a message for you on my machine?
Oh, see, I had to tell her that my number was your number because I couldn't tell her that my number was my number because she thinks that my number is Bob's number.
Hey, tell me again, what do I do when Mr. Roper calls?
Do I dare ask?
Yes, I'll start with the carpaccio and then I'll have the grilled prawns.
That sounds great. Same for me.
And for the gentleman?
Yeah, I'll have the Thai chicken pizza. But
That's
hey,
great.
look, if I get it without the nuts and
Same
meats
for
and
me.
stuff, is it cheaper?
You'd think, wouldn't you? Miss?
Okay, I will have the side salad.
And what would that be on the side of?
I don't know. Why don't you just put it right here next to my water?
And for you?
I'm gonna have a cup of the cucumber soup and take care.
I will have the Cajun catfish. Anything else? Yes, how about a verse of Killing Me Softly? You're gonna sneeze on my fish, aren't you?
Plus tip divided by 6. Okay, everyone owes $28.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's Monica's big night. She should pay.
Thank you.
So 5 of us is $33.50 apiece.
No, no way. Sorry, not gonna happen.
Whoa, prom night flashback.
Sorry, Monica. I'm really happy you got promoted, but cold cucumber mush for $30-something? No. Rachel just had that salad and Joey with his like teeny pizza.
Okay, Phoebes. How about we'll each just pay for what we had, okay? It's no big deal.
Not for you.
What's going on?
Okay, look, you guys, I really don't want to get into this right now. I think it'll just make everybody uncomfortable. Fine. All right, fine.
Whoa. You can tell us. Yeah, hey, hello, it's us, all right? We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, we three feel like that, sometimes you guys don't get that, we don't have as much money as you.
Okay.
I hear you.
We can talk about that.
Well then, let's.
Well, I guess I just never think of money as an issue.
That's because you haven't.
That's a good point.
So, how come you guys haven't talked about this before?
Because it's always something, you know, like with Monica's new job or the whole Ross's birthday hoopla.
Whoa, hey, I don't want my birthday to be the source of any kind of negative. There's going to be a hoopla?
Basically, there's the thing, and then there's the stuff after the thing. If it makes anybody feel better, then we can just forget the thing, and then we'll just do the gift.
Gift? The thing's not the gift?
No, the thing was we're going to go see Hootie and the Blowfish.
Hootie and I could catch them on the radio.
Now I feel bad. You want to go to the concert?
No, and look, hey, it's my birthday, and the important thing is that we all be together.
All of us.
Together, not at the concert.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So the Ebola virus, that's got to suck, huh? Gee, Monica, what's in the bag?
I don't know, Chandler. Let's take a look. It's like a skit. Why, it's dinner for 6, 5 steaks, and an eggplant for Phoebe. Yeah, we switched meat suppliers at work, and the new guys gave me the steaks as sort of a thank you.
But wait, there's more. Hey, Chandler, what is in that envelope?
By the way, this didn't seem so dorky out in the hall.
Come on.
Why, it's 6 tickets to Hootie and the Blowfish. The Blowfish.
It's on us, all right? So don't worry. This is our treat. So, thank you.
Could you be less enthused?
Look, it's a nice gesture.
It is.
But it just feels like
Life?
charity.
Charity?
We're just trying to do a nice thing here.
You know, Ross, you have to understand, your nice thing makes us feel about this big. Actually, it makes us feel that big.
I don't understand. I mean, it's like we can't win with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys feel this big, maybe that's not our fault. Maybe that's just how you feel.
Oh. Now you're telling us how we feel.
Okay, we never should have talked about this. All right, I'm going to pass on the concert because I'm just not in a very hooty place right now. Me neither.
Me too.
Guys, the tickets. Then you'll have extra seats, you know, for all your tiaras and stuff.
Why did you look at me when you said that?
So I guess now we can't go. What? Come on, you do what you want to do. What, we always have to do everything together? You know what? You're right.
Correct.
Fine.
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 Fine. All right. We're gonna go.
Okay.
It's not for another 6 hours. We're gonna go then.
Chandler.
Yep.
Are you ready?
Yes, yes. Just let me grab my jacket and tell you I had sex today.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? You had sex today?
Wow, it sounds even cooler than somebody else says. I was awesome, okay? She was biting her lip to stop from screaming.
Wow.
Now, I know it's been a while, but I took that as a good sign.
Still doing the screaming thing?
I had sex today. I never have to answer that phone again.
You know what to do.
Hey Bob, it's Jade. Listen, I just wanted to tell you that I was really hurt when you didn't show up the other day. And just so you know, I ended up meeting a guy.
Bob here.
Oh, hi.
So, you met someone, huh?
You met someone,
Yes,
huh?
yes I did.
Yes, I did.
In fact, I had sex with him 2 hours ago.
So, how was he?
How was it?
Hey.
Eh?
Oh, Bob, he was nothing compared to you. I had to bite my lip to keep from screaming your name.
Well, that makes me feel so good.
It was just so awkward and bumpy.
Well, maybe he has some kind of new cool style that you're not familiar with. And maybe you have to get used to it.
Well, there really wasn't much time to get used to it, if you know what I mean.
You know what? I'm not gonna be able to enjoy this.
Yeah, I know. It's my birthday. We all should be here. So let's go. Well, then, maybe we should take the one song.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be rude to them for us to leave now.
You know, the guys are probably having a great time.
Come on, you guys, one more time.
Okay. 1.
No. Excellent. That was excellent.
I can't believe the guys missed this.
What guy? Oh, yeah.
You're Monica Geller, aren't you?
Do I know you?
You used to be my babysitter.
Oh my God, little Stevie Fisher? How have you been?
Good, good. I'm a lawyer now.
You can't be a lawyer, you're 8.
Listen, it was nice to see you. I gotta run backstage.
Wait, backstage?
Oh yeah, my firm represents the band. Ross, Chandler. Look, you guys want to meet the group?
Yeah, we do.
Come on. So look, are you one of the ones that fooled around with my dad?
Hey, you guys.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. So, how was your night last night?
Oh, well, it pretty much sucked. How was yours? Yeah, ours pretty much sucked too. Oh, but I did run into little Stevie Fisher. Do you remember him? Oh, yeah, I used to babysit him. Hey, how's his dad? Good.
Aside from that, the whole evening was pretty much a bust.
Yeah, we really missed you guys.
Yeah, look, we were just saying, this is the thing. It's so stupid.
You just have to really...
That it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. That's natural to you within your skill set, within your capabilities, and then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You've got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of them. So everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, computer in their pockets that had all the phone capability times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts with an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it. And so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people have it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private driver was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is creation. Entrepreneurship is essentially an act of creating something new from scratch, predicting that society will want it, and then figuring out how to scale it and get it to everybody in a profitable way and self-sustaining.
Let's look at this next tweet, which I thought was cryptic and also super interesting about the kind of job or career that you might have. You said the internet has massively broadened the possible space of careers. Most people haven't figured this out yet.
The fundamental property of the internet, more than any other single thing, is it connects every human to each other human on the planet. You can now reach everyone, whether it's by emailing them personally, whether it's by broadcasting to them on Twitter, whether it's by posting something on Facebook that they find, whether it's by putting a website they can access. It connects everyone to everyone. So the internet is an inter-networking tool. It connects everybody. That is its superpower. So you want to use that. What that helps you figure out is that the internet means that you can find your audience for your product or your talent and skill, no matter how far away they are. For example, Nenad, who is Illustratus, if he was in these videos pre-internet, how would he get the message out there? It would just be, what would he do? He would run around where he lives in his neighborhood, showing it to people on a computer or a screen, or he would try to get it played at his local movie theater. It was impossible. It only works because he can put it on the internet. And then how many people in the world are really interested in it, or even interested in what we're talking about, are really going to absorb it, right? It's going to be a very small subset of humanity. The key is being able to reach them. So what the internet does is allows any niche obsession, which could be just the weirdest thing. It could be like people who collect snakes, to like people who like to ride hot air balloons, to people who like to sail around the world by themselves, just one person on a craft, or someone who's obsessed with miniature cooking, like there's this whole Japanese miniature cooking phenomenon, or there's a show about a woman who goes in people's houses and tidies it up, right? So whatever niche obsession you have, the internet allows you to scale. Now that's not to say that what you build will be the next Facebook to reach billions of users, but if you just want to reach 50,000 passionate people like you, there's an audience out there for you. So the beauty of this is that we have 7 billion human beings on this planet. The combinatorics of human DNA are incredible. Everyone is completely different. You'll never meet any two people who are vaguely similar to each other that can substitute to each other. It's not like you can say, well, Nivi just left my life, so I can have this other person come in and who's just like Nivi, and I get the same feelings, the same responses, and the same ideas. No, there are no substitutes for people. People are completely unique. So given that each person has different skill sets, different interests, different obsessions, and it's that diversity that becomes a creative superpower. So each person can be creatively superb at their own unique thing. But before, that didn't matter, because if you were living in a little fishing village in Italy, like your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skill, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. Space of careers has been so broad. Esports players, people making millions of dollars from sports, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, podcasters. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, with a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day, PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks, just on his news channel. It's not even on his entertainment channel. the internet enables any niche interest as long as you're the best at it to scale out. And the great news is because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I have that is worth weaving in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things that you can compress them down because they're easy to remember, it's easy to hook on to. But that one was escape competition through authenticity. So when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic creatures, and Rene Girard has a whole mimesis theory, but it's much easier than that. Don't imitate. Don't copy. Just do your own thing. No one can compete with you on being you. It's that simple. And so the more authentic you are with who you are and what you love to do, the less competition you're going to have. So you can escape competition through authenticity when you realize that no one can compete with you on being you. And normally that would have been useless advice pre-internet. Post-internet, you can turn that into a career.
Talk a little bit about what industries you should think about working in, what kind of jobs you should have, and who you might want to work with. So you said one should pick an industry where you can play long-term games with long-term people. Why?
Yeah, this is an insight into what makes Silicon Valley work and what makes high-trust societies work. Essentially, all the benefits in life come from compound interests, whether it's in relationships or making money or in learning. So compound interest is a marvelous force where it's like, you start out with 1x what you have, and then if you increase 20% a year for 30 years, it's not that you got 30 years times 20% added on, it was compounding. So it just grew until you suddenly got a massive amount of whatever it is, whether it's goodwill or love or relationships or money. So I think compound interest is very important for us. So you have to play a long-term game. And long-term games are good not just for compound interest, they're also good for trust. If you look at prisoner's dilemma type games, the solution to prisoner's dilemma is tit for tat, which is I'm just going to do to you what you did last time to me with some forgiveness in case there was a mistake made. But that only works in an iterated prisoner's dilemma. In other words, we play the game multiple times. So if you're in a situation, like for example, you're in Silicon Valley, where people are doing business with each other and they know each other, they trust each other, then they do right by each other because they know this person will be around for the next game. Now, of course, that doesn't always work because you can make so much money in one move in Silicon Valley. Sometimes people betray each other because they're just like, I'm going to get rich enough off this that I don't care.
Okay, what Ross is on the phone? Okay, everybody. Well, okay, while Ross is on the phone, everybody owes me $62 from his birthday. Is there any chance that you're running up from, from 20? From 20. Okay. $62 from his birthday. Hey, come on. We got the gift. We got the gift. We canceled and the cake. Do we make cake? No, guys. I know it's deep. Oh yeah, oops. I know it's deep. I know it's deep. Yeah, look at that. I know it's deep. Hey, cancel. We got the gift. We canceled on the cake. Hey, no, we got the gift. So we canceled on the cake. Do we make cake? Look at it. I know it's just deep. Yeah, oops. But it's rough. Yeah, it's rough.
That's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's right. Yeah, you're right. I know. Alright. Okay, I'll show you guys this. I got it. Let's see. Alright, okay, I'll see you guys here. 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 Alright, okay, I'll see you guys later. I got the first thing. I'll just see it. Alright. I'll call you later tonight. Ooh, hey. You're not running down. You're not running down good with this, are you? You know, I think I'm not just. So, what are you guys doing for me tonight? So, what are you guys doing? So, what are you guys doing for dinner tonight? Well, I guess I got started. Singing up for Russell's birthday. Okay. So, what are you guys doing for dinner tonight? Well, I guess I got started singing up for Russell's birthday. So I guess I'll just stay and pass the comments. Okay, so pass the comments. Can't believe how much this is going to cost. Can't believe how much this is going to cost. Can't believe how much this is going to cost. Do you guys ever get the feeling that Santa? Do you guys ever get the feeling that Santa? And those guys just want to get and those guys just gonna get that, so we're gonna make as much just gonna get that, so we're gonna make as much money as we do. Okay, do you guys ever get the feeling that Santa and those guys just don't get that we don't make as much money as we do? We are wrong. Yes, wrong. It's not you're always saying. It's not they're always saying. Let's go there, let's go there. Until we are afford to go here and there. Yes, and we always have to go through, something that's nice, It's not we're always saying, let's go here, let's go there, and we are afford to go here and there. Yes, and this, and we always have to go through, and we always have to go through, someplace nice. That. And it's not like we can't say anything about it, because like this the first thing, and it's for rough. Yeah, and it's not like we can say anything about it, because like this is the birthday thing, and it's for rough. Oh my God. Okay, I'm now work. I'm at work. Okay, I'm at work. That's the order. Okay, I'm at work. That's the order. Okay, that's our order. Shop. Just listen. The magic calls me into the office. The magic calls me into the office. Turned out to be fire brigade must and guess who get the job. And guess who get the job. Turn out the fire brigade must and guess who get the job. If it's not you, this is a horrible story. This is a horrible story. Fortunately, okay, my work just ordinary day, all are the same. Yeah. The married called me to the office. Turned out the fire brigade must and guess who get the job. If it's not this is a horrible story. If it's not, this is a horrible story. If it's not, this is a horrible story. If it's not, this is a horrible story. Fortunately, oh, and the limit hit our purchase, and the limit hit our purchase, and the limit hit our purchase, and the limit hit our purchase. Thank you very much. That's good. And the limit hit our purchase. Thank you very much. That's so cool. That's so cool. And the women paid our purchase. Thank you very much. That's so cool. Anyway, I just run into Chandler and Ross downstairs and they think we should go out and celebrate. Someplace nice. Anyway. That's so cool. And the women paid our purchase. Thank you very much. And the women paid our purchase. Thank you very much. That's so cool. Anyway, I just ran into Chandler and Ross downstairs and they think we should go out and they should go out and celebrate. Someplace nice. Someplace nice. Yeah. How much do you think I can get it for how much do you think I can get it for my kidney? How much do you think I can get it for my kidney? How much do you think I can get it for my kidney? How much do you think I can get it for my kidney? Okay, oh my god. Anyway, I just run into Chandler and Ross after and listen to the surgery. Okay, I don't think. License for 400. Doesn't matter. They want to go Bob. Okay. For all the world, Bob is pushing. Bob is pushing. Bob is pushing. Bob is pushing for you. Bob is pushing. Bob is pushing what you do it. You may be destroyed. You may be destroyed. To give us a chance for happiness. To give us a chance for happiness. You may be destroyed. To give us a chance for happiness. We know Bob. Okay? We know the exactly. We know Bob. Okay? We know the exactly. So over there, and tell them woman will choose. So over there, and tell that woman will choose. So over there, and tell that woman. So over there, and tell that woman will choose. Alright. Over there, and so over there, and tell that woman will choose. Alright. You know Bob. Okay, when you do that, you can be happy. So over there, and tell that woman will choose. Alright. So listen, I have to confess. I have to confess something. Whoever stood you up in the dirt. Whoever stood you up in the dirt. Now I just had a weird things. I don't know this had this weird things, you know. But that's me. I'm weird, I'm sensitive. I'm weird, I'm sensitive. Tissue. No. You keep the pack. I'm upright. No, you keep the pack. I'm upright. Okay. Earlier to my sister. Earlier to my sister, the newly appointed headmaster. According to my sister, the newly appointed headmaster, who is also in charge of purchasing. Newly appointed headmaster, who is also in charge of purchasing. Who has her own middle desk when Nan's not there. Nan's purchasing. Our little desk when Nan's not there. Urged to my new sister. Oh wow. Oh wait. And I got a beeper. Oh cool, let's see. That's fine, I'll just wait. Oh wait, and I got a beeper. Oh cool, let's see. That's fine, I'll just wait. Alright. Martin, I read the order. Are we ready to order? Oh, you know what? We haven't even looked good yet. No, I haven't even looked yet. Well, we need to do it. Just let me know. I'll be right over there on the edge of message. Wow. Look at these prices. Wow. Look at these prices. Damn. These are pretty charging. These are pretty charging. I know. What are these? What are these things? I know. What are these things? Famous chicken. I know what are these chickens. I know what are these chickens. Yeah. Yeah, these are pretty charged. These are pretty charged. Alright, and that. Congratulations. Mom. Thanks, thanks. I'm not for it. How incredible was my afternoon with Jake. I'm not for it. How incredible was my afternoon with Jake. Well, pretty incredible. According to the message selected you on my machine. According to the message selected you on my machine. Well, pretty incredible. According to the message selected you on my machine. Sensitive. People are poet and have a different thing. So we have to react. Well, when you do it, then you know I'll be right over there and the age of my six. Wow, it's a big crisis. Yeah, this happened to charge. I know. What are these famous? What are these famous chickens? What are these famous chickens? Alright, Alright, and congratulations. Mom, thank you. Thanks. I'm not going to how incredible was my afternoon with Jake. Well, very incredible. According to the message, selected you on my machine. Selected you on my machine. I'm telling you, you can't do this. Oh no, I can never get a girl. I can never get a girl like that. Where you can convention methods. Doesn't matter. She wants to call Bob. Doesn't matter. She wants me to call Bob. Hey, for all we know, Bob is who she was meant to be with. Bob is who she was meant to be with. Bob is who she was meant to be with. You may destroy to people the chance for happiness. Don't know Bob, okay? Don't know me. Don't like me. You may be happy. Go over there and tell that woman. Go over there and tell that woman the truth. Alright. Go. Fine. Listen, I have to confess something. Yes. Whoever stood you up in your church, what do you do? No, just have this weird sense. I just had this weird sense. You know, by that to me, I'm weird and sensitive. I'm weird and sensitive. Tissue. Thanks. No. Don't keep the pen. No, keep the pen. I'm all right on you. No, keep the pen. I'm all right out. I'm all right out to you.
So there can be exceptions to all these circumstances. But essentially, if you want to be successful, you have to work with other people, and you have to figure out who can you trust. And who can you trust over a long, long period of time that you can just keep playing the game with them so that compound interest and high trust will make it easier to play the game and will let you collect the major rewards, which are usually at the end of the cycle. So for example, Warren Buffett has done really well as an investor in the US stock market, but the biggest reason he can do that is because the US stock market has been stable and around and didn't get, for example, seized by the government during a bad administration, or the US didn't plunge into some war. The underlying platform didn't get destroyed. So in his case, he was playing a long-term game, and the trust came from the US stock market stability. In Silicon Valley, the trust comes from the network of people in the small geographic area that you figure out over time who you can work with and who you can't. If you keep switching locations, you keep switching groups. Let's say you started out in the woodworking industry and you build up a network there and you're working hard, you're trying to build a product in the woodworking industry. And then suddenly another industry comes along that's adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there. If you keep hopping from industry to, no, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations for electric car refueling. That might make sense, it might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you built your network, you're gonna be starting from scratch, you're not gonna know who to trust, they're not gonna trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition, they're always coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old-timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politics, like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person's going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them, so they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around, why should I work with you, rather than just trying to do whatever I think is right. So it's important to pick an industry where you can play long-term games and with long-term people. So those people have to signal that they're going to be around for a long time, that they're ethical, and their ethics are visible through their action.
In a long-term game, it seems that everybody is making each other rich, and in a short-term game, it seems like everybody is making themselves rich.
I think that is a brilliant formulation. Yeah, in a long-term game, it's positive sum. We're all baking the pie together. We're trying to make it as big as possible. In a short-term game, we're cutting up the pie. Now, this is not to
Conventional.
Conventional. Conventional.
Conventional.
Conventional.
Conventional methods, okay, traditional and ordinary, conventional ordinary, conventional ordinary, and ordinary, traditional. Conventional order. Okay, conventional, traditional and ordinary, traditional and ordinary, traditional and ordinary, conventional behavior, conventional behavior. A particular way of doing something, traditional by traveling by is still one of these methods. Particular way of. Okay, Oh come on, I can never get a girl like that I'm not. Oh come on, I can get a girl like that. I can never get a girl. I can never get a girl like that with conventional methods. With conventional methods. With conventional methods. Doesn't matter. Joy. She was meant to be Bob.
Go over there and tell that woman the truth. She wanted to call Bob. So, hey, for all we know, Bob is who she was meant to be with.
Who she was meant to be with.
Destroying. She wanted to call Bob. So, hey, for all we know, Bob is who she was meant to be with. You may be destroying.
Meant to be with. You may be destroyed, okay? Bob is who she was meant to be with. You may be the destroy. You may be destroying. You may be destroying two people's chance for happiness. We don't know Bob. Yeah, we know me. We like me. Please let me be happy. Go over there and tell that woman the truth. Go over there and tell that woman the truth. All right. Go over there and tell woman the truth. Message this door. Okay. Convince me. Okay, listen. I have to confess. I have to confess something. I have to confess something. Whoever stood you up, jerk. Just to admit that you have done something wrong or something that you feel guilty or bad about. Accept. Progress is to admit, confess. You have done something wrong. Okay, confess. To admit, accept. To admit. To admit that you have done something wrong or something that you feel guilty or bad about. Okay, listen. I have to confess something. Whoever stood you up or jerk. Whoever stood up jerk. Why that mean about jerk? Why that mean about that jerk? Why that mean the word about? Why that mean about jerk? Jerk. Whoever stood you movement to make this. Whoever stood you up jerk. Whoever stood you up. Whoever stood you up. Whoever stood you up. Stood. Jerk. Movement. Mr. Something movement. Jerk. Behavior. Quick sudden movement. Person. Stupid person. Usually man. Stood. stood you up. Stand. Where to be in a vertical state or to put into a vertical state, especially by making the legs straight. Legs straight. State. Whoever stood you up is a jerk. How did you? I don't know. I just have this weird sense. I just have this weird sense. To be in, caused to be in, or get into a particular state or situation. How did you? Whoever stood you up is a jerk. Yes. Listen, I have to confess something. Whoever stood you up is a jerk. How did you? I don't know. I just had this weird sense, you know. Oh, that's me. I'm weird and sensitive sensitive. Oh, that's me. I'm weird and sensitive. Sensitive. Easily upset. Sensitive. Upset. Well, that's me. I'm weird and sensitive. Tissue. I don't know. I just had this weird sense. Upset. And that's me. I'm weird and sensitive. No, I just had this weird sense, you know. But that's me. I'm weird and sensitive. Easily upset by this. Easily upset by this. And people say, okay. Easily upset by these things people say or do. Or causing people to be upset, embarrassed, or angry. Easily upset by this. Easily upset by these things people say or do. Or cousin.
Causing.
What do you say?
Cause.
Okay, no, not this. All kind of people.
Causing.
Okay. All kind of people. Sensitive are easily upset by this thing people say or do, or kind of people to be people. All kind of people to be sensitive. I have confessed to admit something. Okay, not that. Accept. To admit that you have done something wrong. To admit that you have done something wrong, or something that you feel guilt. That you feel guilt about that. That you feel guilt. Admit to accept something. To agree admit, to agree, to accept something. To agree something is true. But that's me. I'm weird and sensitive tissue. Thanks. No, you kept the pack. You kept the pack. You kept the pack. Pack. The pack out plant the tissue. You kept the pack out awkward I'm awkward out today. You keep no. You keep the pack awkward out today. No, you keep the pack awkward out today. No, you keep the pack I'm awkward out today. Okay, this. How did you know it has this weird sense? I know, but that's me. I'm weird and sensitive tissue. Thanks. No, you kept the pen. I'm awkward out today. No, you kept the pen. I'm awkward out today. Oh, you kept the pen. I'm awkward out today. You said nothing. No, you kept the pen. I'm awkward out today. Okay. Hello to my sister, to my newly point, have not shift or pointed. To draw something into a bag. To draw something into a bag. Appointed. Person officially has really person officially chooses for job or responsibility. Appointed. Professionally choose for a job or responsibility. Okay. Here is to my sister. The newly appointed has not newly appointed officially choose for a job or responsibility. Okay. Here is to my sister. The newly appointed head chef, who is also in charge of purchasing. 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 The activity of buying supplies for a company. The activity of buying supplies for a company. It's activity of buying. Okay, it's purchasing. Who is also in charge of purchasing? Who is also in charge of purchasing. Charge of purchase. Who is also charged of purchasing? Who is also in charge? Charge about money. 1 million about money. 1 million. Take a little bit. Take a money. Move on this. Who is also part? Money. First, I come for my move forward explosive water. To water Johnson to something supply under. Who is also in charge of purchasing? Okay. Newly appointed head not chief. Newly appointed head not chief. Who is also in charge of purchasing? Who has her own new desk when Roland's not there? Who has her own new desk when Roland's not there? Roland's not there. What does that mean? Oh, not chief, purchasing. Own new desk when Roland's not there. Okay, who has her own new desk when Roland's not there? When Roland's not there. Okay, head not chef, purchasing. On your desk when Roland's not there. On your desk when her to my new sister. Oh wait, and I got a beeper. Oh cool, you say. That's fine. I'll just wait. Sorry. Malcolm, are we ready to water? Oh, you know what? We haven't even looked yet. We haven't even looked yet. We haven't even looked yet. Well, what do you do? Just let me know. I'll be right over there on the edge of my set. Oh, well, when you do, just let me know. I'll be right over there on the edge of my set. Well, when you do, just let me know. I'll be right over there on the edge of my set. Wow, look at this price. Look at the prices. Yeah, these are pretty charged. Okay. Well, when you do, just let me know. I'll be right over there on the edge of my set. On the edge of my set. Okay, wow, look at these prices. Yeah, these are pretty charging. And what are these famous chickens? What are these famous chickens? Sorry, I'm the contact. Incredible. Not how incredible. Incredible. Difficult to believe. Incredible. impossible, or very difficult to believe, or very difficult to believe, impossible, or very difficult to believe. I'm not sorry I'm late. How incredible was my afternoon with Jade? Well, pretty incredible. According to the message she left you on my machine. I'm not sorry I'm late. How incredible was my afternoon with Jade? I'm not sorry I'm late. How incredible was my afternoon with Jade? I know. What are these famous chickens? Sorry I'm late. Congratulations. Ma, thank you. People sensitive, easy to upset for others saying or heard. For either the others said or say. Confess to admit that something wrong or bad something. Confess to admit. Agree. Accept to something. Destroy. Convention methods. Traditional and ordinary. Ordinary. What does that mean? Ordinary mean about. Ordinary mean about. Often the sense, meaning the often sense of life. Is that right? Ordinary, not different or special or accepted. Okay, ordinary, not different or special or unaccepted in any way. Usual. Okay, ordinary. Methods. Yeah, in particular ways. In particular or special ways. That with conventional methods. Destroy. With destroying. Confess. Sensitive. Weird sense. Special and strange something. Not usual. Weird sense. More strange and unusual. Yeah, and right. More strange and unusual, unacceptable, or not natural. Since tissue, paper, white paper for daily life. That thing. Appointed. Official job. Officially choose someone or person. Choose someone or a person to do the job. That paper, yeah. Famous chicken, incredibly, impossible, unbelievable, impossible, difficult to understand, difficult to accept, incredible. Okay, I'm not sorry, I'm late. How incredible was my afternoon with Jade? Well, pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. According to pretty incredible. according to the message, she left you a membership. Okay, that's it. I confessed this story. She meant to be with. That doesn't matter. She want to. That doesn't matter. She want to call Bob. Hey, for all we know, Bob is who she. For all we know, Bob is who she was meant to be with. You may be destroying. Two people the chance. You may be destroying. Two people the chance for happiness. We don't know Bob, okay? We know me. You like me. Please let me be happy. Go over there and tell that woman the truth. Go over there and tell that woman the truth. Go over there and tell that woman the truth. Alright, go. Listen, I have to confess it to you. Listen, I have to confess. I have confessed something. Okay, I have to confess something. Listen, I have to confess something. What? Yes. Whoever stood you up is a jerk. Stupid person. Jerk. Why? This word mean is about stupid person to someone. Stupid with someone. Sensitive. Upset to her. Upset to. Easily upset from someone hurt, someone's hurt, or own say, yourself said, tissue, or point. I got it. Next page. Next to the next. Okay. I have a rest. I have to rest for a moment. I need a moment to rest. Okay. Oh, it's hot. It's hot. I'm sensitive. Okay. I can smell it, but I can think it could be wrong. It's my first video for learning. Okay.
What you really are looking for.
Okay,
The socialists, right? The socialists are the people who are not involved in baking the pie, who show up at the end and say, I want a slice or I want the whole pie. They show up at the end. But I think a good leader doesn't take credit. A good leader tries to inspire people so the team gets the job done. And then things get divided up according to fairness of who contributed how much as closely as possible and to the risk, as opposed to just whoever has the longest knife, the sharpest knife.
So these next two tweets are play-iterated games. All returns in life, whether in wealth, relationships, or knowledge, come from compound interest.
Yeah, when you've been doing business with somebody, you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just gets better and better because you trust them so easy. If the friction goes down, you can do bigger and bigger things together. For example, the simplest one is getting married to someone, having kids and raising children. Like, that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships. Those relationships end up being invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. The fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to a baseline. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It was something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back. Just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one, yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's the 3-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart or they're heading in the wrong direction and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world is full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our life who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy but not that smart, so they work hard but they're running in the wrong direction. And smart, it's not a pejorative, it's not meant to be like someone's smart, someone else is stupid, but it's more that everyone's smart at different things. So depending on what you want to do well, you have to find someone who's smart at that thing. And then energy, a lot of times people are unmotivated for a specific thing, but they're not motivated for other things. So for example, someone might be really unmotivated to go to a job and sit in an office, but they might be really motivated to go paint, right? Well, in that case, they should be a painter. They should be putting art up on the internet, trying to figure out how to build a career out of that, rather than wearing a collar around their neck and going to a dreary job. And then high integrity is the most important, because otherwise, if you got the other two, what you have is you have a smart and hardworking crook who's eventually going to cheat you. So you have to figure out the person's high integrity, and as we talked about, the way you do that is through signals, and signals is what they do, not what they say. It's all the nonverbal stuff that people do when they think nobody's looking.
With respect to the energy, there was this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. There was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to just charge into battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has to come intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know this socially. If someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in their life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, wow, that's amazing that you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else, which is, I'm not taking credit for this, but I modified it a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You will always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things. Because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they are to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con-men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful, critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing it's not work. That's why I say rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just when he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means to stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are wandering through a jungle, they hear a tiger, one's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, that's a big deal. You lost a few $1 billion of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take, the chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country, I actually think the economic opportunity in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail, so don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health. And stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital or all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this that he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just overrun with nitpickers. And with exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has coffee up his shoes and just looks like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited and the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets in the industry.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught, but everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it. But there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you'll get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. And very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is trying to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, The person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors in being correct. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity, and the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people things, explaining things, talking to people. So
why is that? Why is this woman leaving a message for you on my machine? Also, I had to tell her that my number was your number, because I couldn't tell her my number was my number, because she thinks my number is Bob's number. Cause she thinks, okay, hey, tell me again, what do I do when Mr. Robert calls? Okay, tell me what do I do when Mr. Robot calls? Do I dare ask? Do I dare ask? To be brave, to be brave enough, to be brave. To be brave enough to do something difficult or dangerous, or to be rude or sin, or to be rude enough to do something that you have no right. That you have no right to do. I'll have the Thai chicken piece. To be brave. To be brave enough to do something difficult or dangerous, or to be rude, or sin enough to be something that you have no right to. I'll have the Thai chicken pizza, but hey, look, if I get it without the nuts and the legs. I'll start with the carb tissue. I'll start with the carb tissue, and then I'll have the grilled prawns.
I start with the cappuccino, and then I'll have the bread pounds. Do I dare ask? Yeah, I'll start with the barbecue, and then I'll have the. To be brave enough to something difficult or dangerous, or to be rude or silly enough, to be something that you have no right to. Dare us, be brave. To be brave, dare us. Do I dare ask? Or dare ask? To be brave enough to do something difficult or dangerous, or to be rude or silly enough to do something that you have no right to. That you have no right to do. To be brave enough to do something difficult or dangerous, or to be rude or silly enough to do something that you have no right to. To be brave enough to do something difficult or dangerous, or to be rude or silly enough that you have no right to do. To be brave enough to do something difficult or dangerous, or to be rude or silly enough to do something that you have no right to do. To be brave enough or to do something difficult or dangerous, or to be rude or silly enough to do something that you have no right to do. Carpaccio. Yeah, I'll start with the carpaccio, and then I'll have the grilled patch. How dare I ask? Do I dare ask? Oh, thank you. Do I dare ask? Okay. Dare. How dare you? A dish, ordinary. Carpaccio. I start with the carpaccio and then add carpaccio. Add a disorder from consisting of roastiness raw meat, usually beef or fish. Do I dare ask?
It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I read 20 books, I read 30 books, I read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, and two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms, or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you're adding in persuasion, just talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill, it's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools, I don't mean to distract you completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations, I would focus with science bent, I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen at 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case study, that's a classic example. You know, they study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Fortune.
Carpaccio, okay, carpaccio, grilled prawns. Grilled. Cooking over fire, hot and cold, usually on metal. Grilled prawns. Prawns, carpaccio.
Yeah, I'll be right carpaccio, and then I'll have the grilled prawns. That sounds great. That sounds great. Same for me. That sounds great. Same for me. That sounds great. Same for me. Sounds great. That sounds great. Same for me. So, same for me. A small sea animal with a shell and 10 legs that can be eaten. Prawns. Simple. Thai chicken. I have the Thai chicken. Well, belonging to or relating to suddenly its people or its language. Belonging to or relating to suddenly its people or its language. Its language. Belonging to or relating to its people or its language. Its belonging or its language. Belonging to or relating to its people or its language. Belonging to or relating to its people. Belonging to or relating or its people or its language. Thai salad. Belonging to or relating to a land. belonging to or relating to someone. It's people or it's language. It's language. Yeah, I'll have the Thai chicken pizza. But hey, look, if I get it without the nuts. If I get it with the nuts. Nuts. Unruled word for taste. Unruled word for taste. Semi, sweet, or strange. Nuts. Okay, with nuts and leeks and stuff, you need a cheaper types. Cheaper. Nuts and leeks. Nuts and leeks and stuff. Leeks. Why is that? Leeks. Without nuts. Without nuts. Without nuts and leeks and stuff, and it is cheaper. You think, won't you? Miss? Okay, I would have the sad salad. And what would that be on this side up? And what would that be on this side up? I don't know. Why don't you just play it right here? It's to my order. And what would be set up? I don't know. Why don't you just put it right here? It's to my order. And for you, I'm gonna have a cup and of the cucumber soup and take care. Cucumber soup and take care. I will have the Cajun catfish. Anything else? Yes. How about verse of creamy soften? Oh, nuts. I know. Writing that is arranged. Writing that is arranged in short lines with a regular whole verse. How about a verse of creamy soften? How about a verse of killing me soften? You're gonna sneeze in my face, Audrey. Sneeze in my face, Audrey. When you sneeze, the air and ocean smell drop or liquid suddenly come out of your nose and mouth. Sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze. We're gonna sneeze the image. Sneeze image. Plus tape divided by 6. Plus tape divided by 6. Okay, everyone owes me $28. Okay, everyone owes me $28. Or what? Everyone? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you. It's Monica Big Night. She shouldn't pay. Oh, thank you. So 5 of us is $33.50 a piece. Each in good condition out from this hero sell for 5 a piece. $33.50 a piece. $33.50. $33.50 a piece. Each. $33.50 a piece. So 5 of us is $33.50 a piece each. Okay, $33 a piece. So no way, sorry, not gonna happen. Oh, from that flashback. Party. From that flashback. Flashback. That's what part of movement. Or play the back and even slow. Flashback. I'm sorry, Mark, I'm really happy you got the promoted, but could cover too much? Could cover much for 30-something bucks? So 30-something bucks? No. Income. Promote. We got promoted. In card because like 5 years. I'm sorry, Mark. I'm really happy you got promoted. But could cucumbers much for 30-something bucks? No, we should just have that little salad and enjoy with his naked pizza. This is okay, babes. How about we each just pay for what we had? Okay, it's no big deal. Not for you. All right, what's going on? A piece each. Flight bag. One. You understand? Just take the pen together. Just take. Those 10. So we like you should pay. From that flashback, from flashback, kitty cat base, anything else? Yeah, how about the verse of Kimi after? How about a verse? How about verse? Kimi soft. Kimi soft. How about verse? Okay. Go. Sleep, okay? Sleep. Up verse. Okay, writing that is arranged in short line with a record. Hold.
Rhythm.
Poetry. Okay. Poetry.
Okay. Okay. Everyone, 28 bucks. Okay, everyone, 28 bucks. Everyone? Oh, right, you're right. I'm sorry. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, Chandler, why is that? Oh, Chandler, why is this leaving me a message for the number 2? Also, I had to tell her that my number was your number because I couldn't tell her my number was your number. Because she thinks my number is Bob's number. Okay, tell me again. What do I do when Mr. Lobo calls? Mr. Lobo calls. Do I tell us? Do I tell us? Yeah, I think. Do I tell us? Yeah, I'll start with the touch and then I'll have the drop and Kendra, why this one giving me a message for the another 2? I'll say I had to tell her that my number was the number because I couldn't tell her my number was the number because she thinks my number is Bob's number. Hey, tell her, come here. Hey, tell me again. What do I do when the logo comes? Do I tell us? I'll start with the departure and then I'll have the forms. So I'll start with the departure and then I have the forms. I'll start with the departure and then I'll have the forms. That sounds great. Same for me. That sounds great. Same for me. And for the gentleman, I'll have the Thai chicken pizza. I'll have the Thai chicken pizza. But hey, look, if I get it or without, if I get it without the nouns and mix and stuff, is it cheaper? You think, wouldn't you? Yes. Okay, I'll have the salad. Okay, I'll have the salad. And then what would that be on the side of? Okay. Okay. I'll have the sad salad and what was actually on the sad salad. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Why don't you just put it up right here? Next to my order. And for you. I don't know. Why don't you just put the paper right here? That's next to my order. And for you. I'm gonna have a cup of the cucumber soup and take care. Take care. I don't know, why don't you just put it right here to my order. And for you, I'm gonna have a cup of cucumber soup and take care. I'll have the Beijing cabbage. I will have the Beijing cabbage. Anything else? Yes. And how about a verse? Yeah. How about a verse? How about a verse of taking me up? You're gonna sneeze in my face, aren't you? You're gonna sneeze in my face, aren't you? Last text. Divided by 6. Okay. Everyone owes me 28 bucks. Okay, everyone owes 28 bucks. Oh, what? Everyone? Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Oh, wow. Everyone? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you. It must have been nice. You should pay. Thank you. So, 5 of us. So 5 of us means 30 apiece each. No way, or not gonna happen. Oh, one night flashback. One night flashback. I'm sorry. I'm running happy we got remote. I'm sorry, Martha. I'm really happy you got remote, but kill cucumber mask. Cucumber mask for 30-something bucks. Kill cucumber mask. Cucumber mask for 30-something bucks. No, we should just have that in the salad and the Joey with as like teeny pizza. This is okay. We should just have that thing with the salad and the Joey with has like a teeny pizza. We should just have that and the piece and we should have it with that and the salad and the Joey with as like a teeny pizza. It's just okay. Good. Okay, good. How about we just pay for one great hat? Okay? It's no big deal. Not for you. Mass. Cucumber soup mass. Cucumber soup mass.
Okay, number 4, nice. Okay, yeah, and why is this one leaving a message for you on my machine? Nice. Remote.
Promote.
Remote.
Mush.
Any unaccepted mass. Any unpleasant substance, such as food, that has been cooked for too long. Any unpleasant substance such as food that has been cooked for too long. Last tip, divided by sex. Okay, everyone owes me 28 bucks. Okay, killed cucumber mass for 30,000 bucks. Okay. Okay, guys. Guys, I really don't want to get into this right now. Okay, no, guys, I really don't want to get into this right now. I think it just to make everybody uncomfortable. Oh, fine. All right, fine. Well, you can tell us. Yeah, no, it's us. All right. Well, we'll be fine. Yeah. Okay. This we feel like that. This we feel like that. Sometimes you guys don't get that. We don't have as much money as you. We don't have as much money as you. We don't have as much money as you. Okay, I heard you. Okay, we feel like that. Sometimes we guys don't get that. We do not have as much money as you. Okay, and here we can talk about that. Well, then that's I guess I just never think I just never think of money as an issue. That's because we have it. Okay. Well, I guess I just never think of money as an issue. That's because we have it. That's a good point. So how come you guys haven't talked about this before? Talk about this before. So how come you guys haven't talked about this before? Because it's always like with Monica new job or for last birthday hey, I don't want my birthday to be the source of I don't want my birthday to be the source of any kind of negative source of any kind of negative. Well, it's gonna be a super plan. It's gonna be a plan. Basically, there's this thing. There's
where they stand. Basically, where they stand. And then there will stop. And then there will stop after this and this. And then there will stop after this and this. If it makes anybody, if it makes anybody feel better, then we can just forget this thing. If it makes anybody feel better, if it makes anybody feel better, okay. If it makes anybody feel better, then we can just forget this thing. If it makes anybody feel better, then we can just forget this thing. And we'll just doing it. And we'll just navigate. Get. Listen to navigate. Listen. Get. Listen to navigate. Listen to navigate. No. Listen to what we're going to say. Holy and the red roses. Holy and red. Oh my! I can catch them on the radio. I can catch them on the radio. No, listen what we're going to say. Holy and red roses. Holy and red. Oh my! I can catch them on the radio. No, I can catch them on the radio. No. Now I feel bad. You want to go to the concert? No. I feel bad. You want to go to the concert? No. Hey, it's my birthday. Hey, no, look. Hey, it's my birthday. And the point is saying, that we'll all be together. We'll all be together. All of us. No, look. Hey, it's my birthday. And the important thing is that we'll all be together. All of us. Together. Not at the concert. Not at the concert. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So coronavirus. That's not start, huh? So coronavirus. That's gonna start. That's gonna start. So the coronavirus. That's gotta start, huh? Gee, what's in the back? What's in the back? Gee, what's in the back? I don't know. Thank you. Let's take a look. Oh, it's not a skirt. Oh, it's not a skirt. Oh, it's not a skate. Oh, it's not a skate. Oh, it's not a skate. Why? It's dinner for 6, 5 steaks. What? It's dinner for 6, 5 steaks and eggplant for 3. Cool. Why? It's dinner for 6, 5 steaks and eggplant for 3. Cool. Yeah, we switched them with the start at work, and the new guys gave me these steaks, and the new guys gave me these steaks. I sort out a thank you. But wait, nothing more. Hey, Chandler, what is in the envelope? What is that? What is in that? What is in that envelope? Jim Harkin, what's in the bag? I don't know, Chandler, let's take a look. Oh, it's like a skate. What? It's dinner for 6, 5 steaks
and an eggplant for baby, and an eggplant for baby. Cool. We switched them with the cloud at work. Yeah, we switched them with the cloud at work, and the new guys gave me the steaks as sort of thank you. Oh wait, there's more. There's more. Hey, Chandler, what are you doing that envelope? What are you doing that envelope? What are you here, Chandler? What are you doing that envelope? Yeah, we switched with the cloud at work, and the new guys gave me the steaks as sort of thank you. Gee, Monica, what's in the bag? I'm not Chandler. Let's take a look. Oh, it's like a skate. It's like a skate. What? With dinner for 5 steaks and an eggplant. And an eggplant for baby. Cool. And for baby.
And you can learn all the different mental models.
Okay.
But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter more circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. I've learned that tit for tat through the prisoner's dilemma is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running a retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing up the inventory, I was constantly changing up the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that are used to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running the business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange they'll tolerate lots of low risk, they'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is, that's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you will do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money, they're losing money, they're constantly stressed out. All the responsibility is upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was, embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think a lot of voters just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelf, and it's instant validated. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world. He sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from Australian friends that the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. Like, so you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product, this person is responsible for the messaging, this person is responsible for raising money, this person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school and we got a group assignment to do, and there were people in there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money, but we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on, I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage, that's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lend money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean. In good ecosystems, I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you are honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. The example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain, you're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business. The risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So the time that you put in, the capital that you put in the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson, and you're not going to go into the investment business because you ruined the family name. So I think these days, the accountability for small name is more around integrity than just around really economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin of the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin of the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin of the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin of the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin of the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. Then just by my guidance and where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I can do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there, or use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor. Das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this was a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings that last a few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply at the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type, but deep down I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuous amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor, it can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talk about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This is only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press, it accelerated with broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally. I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message, they would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, you can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires, the last generation fortunes were made by capital, that was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making $50 to $100 million a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie, I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these things. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital, you use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it and get rich or reach users doing that, why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people that this is glib, this is a little overused, but this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future there's going to be these robots and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots were already here, and there are way more robots than humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers, all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and their delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting ways to do it. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in the computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only command.
Okay. Let me see then. Okay. Let's see. So the virus like a suck, huh? Okay, look. Look, you guys, I really don't want to get into this right now. I think it will just make everybody uncomfortable. Okay, fine. Alright. Fine. Tell us. Tell us. Sounds alright. You'll be fine. Okay. Really feel like that. Sometimes you guys that don't get that you don't have as much money as you. Okay, I heard it. A subject of a problem that people are thinking and talk about. Subject or problem that people are thinking and talk about. Even subject issues. Because I never think of that. Issues, subject issues. That's because you have it. That's a good point. So, how come you guys haven't talked about this before? Because it's always something. It's always something. No. Like with Monica's new job, where the whole rest of the birthday hoopla. Hey, I don't want my birthday to be the source of any kind of negative. There's gonna be a hoopla. Basically, there is this thing, and then there is stuff after this. Exciting noise and activity in celebration of excitement. Basically, because it's always something, like with Monica's new job, or the whole rest of the birthday hoopla. Excitement noise, hoopla. What's the birthday? Well, I don't want the birthday to source of kind of negative. Say no. Okay. expressing the negative. There's gonna be a program basically. You don't referring to the one referring to the main or most important characteristics or feature of something. You the one referring to the main or most important characteristics or feature. The one referring to the main or most important characteristics or feature of something. Basically, the stuff. Hoodie and the blowfish. I'm gonna say go Hoodie and the blowfish. Hoodie and the I can catch them on the radio. Transfer. Ebola virus. An extremely small piece of organic material that causes disease in humans, animals, and plants. Disease. It's gonna suck, huh? Suck. Virus. That's a virus. Ebola virus. That's gonna suck. That's gonna suck. Suck. Oh, you good. That's gonna suck. Oh, I see. Suck. Okay, no, not suck. Rest. I forgot that. Let's get suck, huh? Let's get suck. Team Mark comes in back. Eggplant sticks. Eggplant for baby eggplant. Cool. We switch the meat plant. We switched the meter supplier at work. We switched the meter supplier. We switched the meter supplier. We switched the meter supplier at work, and the new guys gave me the steaks as sort of a thank you. But wait, there's more. I changed everything. Overdose. Effect. Overload. A flat unit require very rectangular paper container for a letter. Hey Chandler, what is in that envelope? Why is that in envelope? We switched the meat supply at work, and the new guys gave me these sticks as sort of a thank you. But wait, there's more. Hey Chandler, what is in that envelope? Why is that in envelope? Chandler, what is in that envelope? Chandler, what is in that envelope? What is that in envelope? Chandler, what is in that envelope? Meat supplies at work. Yeah, we switched the meat supplies at work, and the new guys gave me the steaks as sort of a thank you. Thank you. We switched. Yeah, we switched. We switched the meat supplies at work, and the new guys gave me the steaks as sort of a thank you. Thank you. Gee, Mark, that's what's in the bag. I don't know, Chandler. Let's take a look. Oh, escape. What is that? Escape. Escape. Short fun play, and that makes a joke. Escape. A short funny play that makes a joke of something. Also, a funny play that makes a joke of something. Okay, let's wait me over. A short funny play that makes a joke of something. No joke. That's one for you. By the way, this didn't seem so dorky out in the this didn't seem so dorky out in the hall. Come on, why it's 6. Why it's 6 tickets to Harwood and the buffet. Dorky.
The army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs but in their outputs. Let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage or if I need like someone to cook my food. the more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's will be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling the time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world's wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They just price it up to when they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, technology has amortized the cost of production for the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in our societies as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so toward that. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more, again, like human element performance. The labor element out of food production has gone down massively, the capital element has gone down massively. So even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the max. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary. Because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance, but it's something that we're rich people need to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try to convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming goods for your own sake.
People in capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them. So, I think that capital and labor are also strengthening because the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is diffused labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming pure mission-based, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same line, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million from the podcast, whereas the previous one, he probably lost it for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square, so the difference is the square. So you want to be in the network effect business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in the network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right, your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody. Because they want everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends to go to one winner-take-all system. Uber will always have better economics than Lyft, as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblogging? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in retail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, store credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages, so let's say one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English, so the next person comes to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. At some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages.
Okay,
if you only spoke French, or you only spoke German, or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use.
By the way, the dance is talk.
dorky out in the house, physically or socially awkward or not fascinating. Dark out in the house. By the way, this you didn't seem so dark out in the house. Come on, what? This didn't seem so dark physically or socially awkward or not fashion. This didn't seem so dark out in the house. Dark out in the house. Why? The 6 takes to Woody and the blowfish. It's on us, alright? It's on us, alright? So don't worry, this is our treat. Our treat. He always to have our treat. If I told someone to deal with something in particular, this is our treat. By the way, this didn't seem so dark out in the house. Come on. So don't worry. This is our treat. So thank you. Could you be nice Could you be less enthused? Could you be less enthused? Enthused. To express excitement about something or great interest. To be listen to get some excitement or interest. Could be easy to express excitement about something or great interest in it. Look, it's a nice gesture. It is. Cheers. 干不完。Look, it's a nice gesture. It is, but it's just for like charity. Or just trying to do a nice thing here. Yeah, but what? You understand? Your nice thing makes us feel about this big charity gesture. It's a nice gesture. Nice gesture. Charity. It's a gesture. Charity. We're just trying to do the nice thing here. Charity. It's nice charity. We're just trying to do a nice thing here. Yeah, for us, you have to understand. Your nice thing makes us feel about this big. Actually, it makes us feel that big. What? I don't understand. I mean, it's like we can't win with your guys. Charity. We're just trying to do a nice thing here. Yeah. For us, you have to understand that your nice thing makes us feel about this big. Actually, that's big. It's big. Actually, that makes us feel this big. What? I don't understand. I mean, it's like we can't do anything with fault. It's not our fault. I doubt. adult, growing up. This is art. Wrong or right something. Express wrong or right things. Yeah, I mean, if you get feel this big, maybe that's not our fault. No, maybe that's not our fault. Maybe that's how you feel. Oh, no, you're telling us how we feel. Okay, we never have talked about this. All right, I'm gonna pass on the concept. I'm gonna pass on the answer. Go past. To go past something or someone or a movie. Sometimes. Maybe the way we know. We don't know what we know. Come on. Listen to me on this. Yeah. Even though he doesn't know what to do. I'm gonna pass on the concept. Because I'm just not in a real holy and place right now. Me neither. Me too. Guys, we buy the tickets. Oh well, then you'll have extra seats. At normal assets. You know, for all your TR and stuff. TL for all your TR and stuff. TR and stuff. For all your TR and stuff.
Tiara.
TR for all your TR and stuff. Why did you look at me when you said that? So I guess now we can go. What? Come on. You do what you want. You do what you want to do. Come on. You do what you want to do. Do we always have to do everything together? No, well, you're right. Fine. Alright, we're gonna go. It's not for another 6 hours. We're gonna go then. It's not for another 6 hours. We're gonna go then. Chandler, yeah. Oh jeez. Alright. Yes, just let me grab my jack. TAR. Grab. Taking with grab my jacket. Grab my jacket. Just let me grab my jacket and tell you I had sex today. Oh, what had sex today? Wow, it sounds even cooler when somebody else says that. Oh, that's okay. She was getting her lip. To stop from screaming. To stop screaming. To stop from screaming. Oh, so many, too much. It sounds even cooler when somebody else says it. Oh, that's okay. She was biting her lip to stop from screaming. Wow. Oh, that's okay. She was biting her lip to stop from screaming. 9 page. Oh, that was 3 page. Oh, that's okay. He was biting her lip to stop from screaming. She was biting her lip. She was biting her lip. She was biting her lip to stop from screaming. Wow, now I know it's been a while, but I took that a good sign. I know it's been a while, but I took that a good time. Still doing the screening thing. Still doing and screening thing. Okay, I have interest.
A single currency as the reserve currency of its time, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's really good idea to pick a model where marginal costs and scale margins, these two go together. Anything that has zero marginal cost of production, obviously has some economies. Things that have zero marginal cost of production very often turn competitive. It doesn't cost you anything to stand up and thing, so then you can just create better hooks for users to add value to each other. You should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without a concrete example, so let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses, someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than for the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're faced with this cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, is taking responsibility. Let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job. Sorry, I'm using so we go the rest of the world, but $100,000 for the job to fix up a house. And it actually costs the general contractor also $70,000. Well, that contractor's in the pocket of $30,000, so they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, and they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors to front it themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer. You're just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough to get into real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person will say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business, so I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product, and I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it, and how all that works. And obviously not a single person may know this, you may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets, but that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing, and people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founders own capital, and it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on a company, and then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company, and then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it, and more capital on it, and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands, all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply.
Can you hold net to stop and explain together? Okay. By the way, this is going to send. By the way, this is going to send. This is going to send dorky out. This is send so dorky out in the phone. Physically or socially awkward or not personal. Talking. Why not? By the way, this didn't seem so broken out on my heart. Come on. Why? Come on. Why? It's six tickets to Woody and they broke it. It's on us, alright? So don't worry. This is our trip. This is our trip. So thank you. Could you be next in shoes? Look. It's a nice gesture. Please, but it just feels like cherry. We're just trying to do a nice thing here. We're just trying to do a nice thing here. Yeah. Alright. You have to understand. Your license makes us feel about this big. Actually it makes us feel that big. Yes, but you have to understand. Your license makes us feel about this big. Your license makes us feel about this big. Actually, it makes us feel that big. What? I don't that. I mean, it's like we can't win with your guys. Yeah, I mean, if you got feel this big, maybe that's not our fault. Maybe that's just how we feel. Yeah, if you got feel this big, maybe that's not our fault. Maybe that's just how we feel. Oh, now you are telling us how we feel. Okay, we never should have talked about this. Okay, we never should have talked about this. All right, I'm gonna pass on the concert. All right, I'm gonna pass on the concert because I'm just not in because I'm just not in a very holy place right now. Me neither. Me too. Guys, we bought the tickets. Oh well, then you have extra sets. Oh well, then you have extra sets. You know, for all your tiaras and stuff. Oh well, then you have extra sets. You know, for all the tiaras and stuff. Oh well, then you have extra sets. You know, for all your tiaras and stuff. For all your tiaras and stuff. Why did you look at me when you said that? So I guess now we can go. What? Come on. You do what you want to. Oh, come on. You do what you want to do. Want to do. Oh, come on. You do what you want to do. Do we always have to do everything together? You know what? You're right. Fine. All right. We're gonna go. I'm not for dinner. I'm not for another 6 hours. I'm not for another 6 hours. We're gonna go then. I'm not for another 6 hours. I'm not for another 6 hours. We're gonna go then. Not for another 6 hours. We're gonna go then. Templar. Yeah. Oh geez. I'm waiting. Yes. Just let me grab. Oh yes. Just let me Right. Yes, just let me grab my jacket and tell you I had sex today. Ooh. Tell you I had sex today. What? You had sex today? Wow. It sounds even. It sounds even. It sounds even cooler when somebody else says it. Wow, it sounds even cooler when somebody. Wow, it sounds even cooler when somebody else says it. Oh, the answer, okay. She was biting her lip. She was biting her lip to stop from screaming. I was answer, okay. She was biting her lip to stop from screaming. Wow. No, I know it's been a while. I know it's been a while, but I took that a good sign. I know it's been a while, but I took that a good sign. Stinging doing this screaming thing. Stinging doing this screaming thing. Oh wow. Extreme sad. So dark out on the how. By the way, this didn't seem so dark out on the how. Thank you. That's very sad. So thank you. That's enough. I know it's been a while, but that's good. I know it's been a while, but I know it's been a while, but I took that as a good sign. No, I know it's been a while, but I took that as a good sign. Still doing this screening thing. Oh jeez, yes, I just let me grab Jack and tell you I had sex today. Oh, you had sex today? Wow, it sounds even cooler when somebody else says it. I was asking, okay. She was biting her lip to stop from screaming. Wow. Now I know it's been a while. But I took that a good sign. Still doing this screening thing. By the way, this didn't seem so dorky out in the hall. So dark out in the hall. How? Dorky. Physically or socially awkward is not fascinating. Not dark but cute is particularly in her own fame. She's a doctor, but she look dorky but cute in her uniform. Okay, uniform. Dorky. By the way, I know it's been a while. I know it's been a while. I know it's been a while, but I took that a good sign. I know it's been a while, but I took that a good sign. Since doing this screening thing, Chandler again. Oh, this already. Yes. Just let me grab my jacket. Just let me grab my jacket and tell you I had sex today. Oh! Wow, you had sex today? Oh, it sounds even like cooler when somebody else says yeah. Wow. By the way, this dinner scene is so dark out in the hall. Come on. On two wall in the center. Okay. Why is sex tickets to fully and they profit? It's on us. Alright? So don't worry, don't worry. Alright. This is our treat. So thank you. Could you be less? This would look. It's a nice gesture. It's a nice gesture. Movement. A movement of the hand, arms, or head to express the idea or feeling. It's a nice gesture. I had sex today. I never have to answer this phone again. Never have to answer this phone again. Let me see that. Work late, private and share secret. Now, way to show and display our skill. Sword. Man, should by master or man show you listen to work at top down. Manual. Why dummy? Manual. I got manual. Next to you.
Some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology, and technology businesses where I found myself. Okay. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed, and often observed by other people who know you well, and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, It's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things that society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor and sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication. Even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments and videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative, it has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him, because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing billboard cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense?
I came up with this framework when I was really young, and we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because
I like that.
This is the Airperson Show. Bruce Lee, Mandarin Superstar, production 1892. We're recording December 9th, 1971, in Hong Kong.
Bruce Lee faces a real dilemma. He's on the verge of stardom in the United States with a projected TV series on the horizon, but he's just achieved superstardom as a film actor here in Hong Kong. So what does he choose, the East or the West? It's the kind of problem most budding movie actors would welcome.
It's the Pierre Burton Show, the program that comes to you from the major capitals of the world. This edition comes to you from Hong Kong. And Pierre's guest is the man who taught karate, judo, and Chinese boxing to James Garner, Steve McQueen, Lee Marvin, and James Coburn. The newest Mandarin superstar, known in the West for his appearances in Batman, The Green Hornet, Ironside, and Longstreet. His name is Bruce Lee, and he doesn't even speak Mandarin. And here's Pierre.
Well, how can you play in Mandarin movies if you don't even speak Mandarin? How do you do that?
Well, first of all, I speak only Cantonese.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is quite a different as far as pronunciation and things like that goes.
So somebody else's voice is used, right?
Definitely, definitely.
You just make the words. Doesn't that sound strange when you go to the movies, especially in Hong Kong, in your own town, and you see yourself with somebody else's voice?
Well, not really, you see, because most of the Mandarin pictures down here are dubbed anyway.
They're dubbed anyway?
Anyway, I mean, disregard. I mean, they shoot without sound. So it doesn't make any difference.
Your lips never quite make the right words, do they?
Yeah, well, that's where the difficulty lies, you see. I mean, in order to, because the Cantonese have a different way of saying things, I mean, different from the Mandarin.
Yeah.
So I have to find like something similar to that and keep a kind of a feeling going behind that. Something that matching the Mandarin view.
Like the
Does
old
it sound
silent days.
complicated?
Like the old silent days. But I gather in the movies maybe the dialogue is pretty stilted anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, see, to me, a motion picture is motion.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta keep the dialogue down to the minimum.
Did you look at many Mandarin movies before you started playing the first one?
Yes.
What did you think of them?
Quality-wise, I mean, I have to admit that it's not quite up to the standards. However, it is growing and it is getting higher and higher and going toward that standard, and what I would term quality.
They say the secret of your success in that movie, The Big Boss, was such a success, you rocketed you to stardom in Asia, was that you did your own fighting. As an expert in the various martial arts in China, what did you think of the fighting that you saw in the movies that you studied before you became a star?
Well, I mean, definitely in the beginning I had no intention or whatsoever that what I was practicing and what I'm still practicing now would lead to this to begin with. But martial art has a very, very deep meaning as far as my life is concerned, because as an actor, as a martial artist, as a human being, all these I have learned from martial arts.
Maybe for our audience who doesn't know what it means, you might explain exactly what you mean by martial art.
Right. Martial art include all the combative arts like karate or karate, judo, Chinese kung fu or Chinese boxing, whatever you call it. All those. You see, like Aikido, I mean, I can go on and on, but it's a combative form of fighting. I mean, it's not, some of them became sport, but some of them are still not. I mean, they use, for instance, kicking to the groin, jacking fingers in the eyes, and things like that.
No wonder you're successful in that. Chinese movies are full of this kind of action anyway. They needed a guy like you with
violence, man.
So you didn't have to use a double when you moved to the motion picture world here. You did it all yourself. Can you break 5 or 6 pieces of wood with your hand or your foot?
I'll probably break my hand and foot.
Okay. But tell me a little bit, you set up a school in Hollywood, didn't you, for people like James Garner and Steve McQueen and the others?
Yes.
Why would they want to learn Chinese martial arts? Because of the movie lore?
Not really. Most of them, you see, to me, at least the way that when I teach it, all type of knowledge ultimately means self-knowledge. So therefore, they're coming in to and ask me to teach them not so much of how to defend themselves or how to do somebody in. Rather, they want to learn to express themselves through some movement, be it anger, be it determination, or whatsoever. So in other words, what I'm saying therefore is that he is paying me to show him in combative form the art of expressing the human body.
Which is acting, so it's
well,
a useful tool for an actor to have.
It's, I mean, it might sound too philosophical, but it's acting or acting unacting.
You've lost me.
I have. So what I'm saying, actually, you see, I mean, it's a combination of both. I mean, here is the natural instinct, and here is control. You are to combine the two in harmony. Not, if you have one to the extreme, you will be very unscientific. If you have another to the extreme, you become all of a sudden a mechanical man, no longer a human being. So it is a successful combination.